never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is calling for stricter freight rail regulations.
We need to raise the bar on what's expected and on what's required. But I think the railroad industry should be doing more out of the gate.
While visiting the site of the toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, Buttigieg says rail companies need to face higher fines and be required to practice higher standards of safety.
Anyone in Congress who cares about these issues, they are welcome to come to the table and work with us to get things done.
A preliminary report from the NTSB suggests the wreck was likely caused by a wheel bearing failure. The United Nations is demanding Russia withdraw its forces from Ukraine.
The UN General Assembly approved a resolution calling for Russia to immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw troops from Ukraine. The resolution, which is non-binding, comes just one day before the one-year anniversary of the start of the war. 141 countries voted to approve the measure, while 7, including Belarus, Nicaragua, and Syria, voted against the measure. The resolution called for an immediate ceasefire. I'm Dave Collins.
At the high-profile double murder trial in South Carolina, former attorney Alex Murdaugh took the stand in his own defense earlier today. Prosecutors grilled him about his claims of having a drug addiction. During his testimony, Murdaugh admitted to financial crimes involving his clients.
I stole money that didn't belong to me.
Murdaugh, once prominent lawyer worth over $1 million, faces 30 years to life in prison without parole if convicted of the murder of his wife and son. The suspect in the Colorado Springs nightclub shooting will face the full list of charges against him. The judge in the case against Anderson Lee Aldrich decided they would not drop any of the more than 300 counts following a preliminary hearing that ended this morning. This is USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Punished for exercising perhaps objectionable free speech, in Alaska, a state lawmaker is being censured by his colleagues for suggesting deadly child abuse is good for the state's finances.
At a Monday hearing on child services, State Rep David Eastman posed this hypothetical.
In the case where child abuse is fatal, obviously it's not good for the child, but it's actually a benefit to society because there aren't needs for government services and whatnot over the whole course of that child's life.
Since then, his colleagues have called Eastman's suggestion despicable and atrocious. Wednesday, the Alaska State House voted 35-1 to censure him. It's only the second time in Alaska House history it's censured a member. The first time in 2017 when someone suggested that women try to get pregnant so they can get a free trip to the city to get an abortion. The member who said that? David Eastman. I'm Richard Johnson.
John Deere is reporting record profits last year, with shareholders getting a 17% return on their investment. The Illinois-based agriculture equipment manufacturer has 4 plants in Illinois, 6 manufacturing plants in Iowa. Fans of the Lord of the Rings franchise can plan on taking a trip back to Middle-earth sometime soon. Warner Brothers Pictures announced earlier today during an earnings call that the company brokered a deal to make multiple movies based on the beloved J.R.R. Tolkien books. It is not known when the projects will release or what timelines they will follow. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-485-8801. 800-485-8801. That's 800-485-8801.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, without further ado, that's our cue. Let's get it started here. And look at there, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. We're into Friday. As we head toward the final weekend here in February 24th. That's what we'll be working our way in across the country. So ready to wind things down for another work week? Well, maybe not. A lot of drivers been sitting for several days and going to be playing catch up, trying to get that freight delivered. Some still not moving, maybe till later in the day Friday. Boy, this big storm really overperformed in some areas. Parts of Wyoming, we're talking like 4 feet of snow when all was said and done. All right, looking at the current weather map, it's a much, much quieter night, but the damage has already been done. The snow for most has exited stage right. Of course, right on the heels of that cross-country storm, another about to make its way into California. The precip has already begun in Northern California, from about San Francisco up to Eureka. A little rain in the lower elevations, snow in the higher elevations. This is going to be a big storm, which will break that down for you. But what about the damage that's already been done? From the west coast to the east, you have thousands of canceled flights, traffic brought to a standstill. Power outages skyrocketed, several records broken. As this storm brought snow, sleet, freezing rain across more than 30 states this week. Long stretches of interstate shut down, whiteout conditions. In some cases you couldn't see more than several feet in front of the hood. Portland, Oregon, snowiest day in 80 years. Wednesday, as the city recorded its, yes indeed, second snowiest day on record. The official weather station in Portland, 10.8 inches, nearly a foot of snow measured on Wednesday. That's the most they've recorded in a single day since January of 1943. When they picked up 14.4 inches on that date. Travel actually came to a halt on numerous roadways. At least 70 cars stranded or abandoned on the westbound side of U.S. Highway 26. After conditions deteriorated on Wednesday, some motorists reported being stranded on the highway for more than 9 hours. In Wyoming, snow piling up to 4 feet and powerful winds creating extremely dangerous conditions there. The Wyoming Department of Transportation deeming numerous highways impassable since Wednesday. AccuWeather storm chaser Aaron Rigsby reporting the cars are completely buried in snowdrifts. Even the local sheriff's getting stuck as conditions continued to worsen. All routes in or out of Casper, Wyoming were closed on Wednesday. Even though folks there know what the winter entails, this winter delivered more snow than the historical average. I had the dash cam of a Wyoming Highway Patrol vehicle capturing the terrifying moment that a tractor trailer nearly hit an officer there. We shared that video yesterday afternoon. The highest snowfall totals Wednesday, Battle Lake, Wyoming, 4 feet. Now, Battle Lake's in the southern Wyoming, near the Wyoming-Colorado border, just north of Battle Lake. in the Jack Creek Campground. 44.4 inches recorded there, so just shy of 4 feet. Across the Southwest, power out to thousands of customers, forcing the closure of multiple roads. Arizona Department of Transportation took the rare step of preemptively closing multiple highways ahead of the storm. A more than 260-mile stretch of I-40 was closed just west of Flagstaff to the Arizona-New Mexico border. A large section of I-17 south of Flag was also closed as of Thursday morning. Several stretches of highway remain closed in Arizona. Colorado, you're in the mix as well. Several major closures there Wednesday. The U.S. Route 40 eastbound was closed off in northern portions of the state from Steamboat Springs to the Kremlin area. Numerous other closures. Of course, the air travel, what a mess there. Massive snow drifts in Minnesota here, despite the heaviest snow ending Thursday morning. Several roads were still closed as crews worked to clear the lingering impacts. In the southwestern quarter of the state, including a section of Highway 14 that was still closed as of Thursday afternoon. According to the DOT, listen, if we have to close a highway, it's serious and dangerous. Photos of massive snowdrifts blocking an underpass on Interstate 90. Another storm chaser was there live from Minneapolis Thursday morning, noting crews were busy trying to get those roads cleared, and buses were actually running in the city. Yet that was the final band of snow associated with what is ultimately a multi-day storm. But the drifting continues to be a problem. All right, we had a laundry list of winter problems. Took the toll on the air travel across the country. 1,700 canceled flights. More than 7,000 flights across the country were delayed from Wednesday through this past day. It's going to take probably a couple days for them to get air travel back in order. But then, of course, our next system comes into play. So like so many others, the freight haulers trying to get back on the road. Air travel is going to be playing catch-up probably through the entire weekend. So welcome into a Friday. Who we got on board? All right, Debbie checks in from Montana. 10 below at this hour. Wind making it feel like minus 35. Looking for a high of maybe 18 Friday. Roads beginning to clear up. There are still some drifted areas, so drivers, you need to check your route. Of course, Debbie there in, again, southern Montana. Hello to Philly Dan. Everybody have a great weekend. All right, there's Marianne. Everybody have a super weekend. Hello, gang. Home safe and sound. Deliver in town like 2 miles from the house. Can we say homemade breakfast? There you go. All right, Rock Pick checking in from Rochester with 29 degrees. Happy Friday, truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls out there. Stay safe on them icy roads. Enjoy the weekend. Larry is up and at 'em. Good afternoon, hammer down. Be safe. Hello to the Michigan Madman. 5-7, copy the mail. There's Doc. Old Doc Holiday. Can't call in right now because I'm in a poker game at the Harrah's Casino in Cherokee, North Carolina. I've been there a couple days. Truck broke down. So, of course, isn't it ironic that his truck breaks down, but there's a casino nearby? How does that happen? And I hope you've been enjoying those. He's been eating Mexican. Got a nice Mexican restaurant there where he's at. So, Plowboy in Decatur, Alabama. It's still a wonderful 70 degrees. A little on the breezy side, but thank you so much to Steve and Hot Shot Secrets. Stay safe and warm out there. In the land down under, it's a beautiful 75 degrees. Terrigal, New South Wales, beautiful day. And Friday's supposed to be even better. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Clear, warm tonight at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia, with 54 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. 39 in Harrison, Ohio. Hey, it's Friday, nocturnal listeners. Well, actually, my Sunday. I get to go back to work in 16 hours. Ugh. Hammer down. Enjoy the weekend. All right. Well, you had a good respite there, been off all week. You're ready to get back to the old grind there. All right. Timothy, good morning from Rocky Mount, Virginia. 60 degrees at this hour. There's Norman in north central Kansas, where it's 11 degrees. Clear skies. Heading the Big Tipper northbound tonight. All right, Dipsy Driver, what you got going on? Hello to the most informed, hard-working, brave men and women out there. 31 with clouds and a steady 20-mile-per-hour wind here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. I had a different type of ice storm yesterday afternoon with the winds, the warmer temperatures, ice falling from the trees as I was driving to the next town. Have another great show, as always. There you go. Let's see. So the 16-foot-tall load that hit the bridge in Florida is supposedly all on the Florida DOT, not steps, not the poll cars. The state is at fault. I think that's one of our, we had the industry headlines. I don't know if we got to that last evening or not, but we'll give you the full report, as they say. All right, well, you got there 5-7. If we're looking for our military to work or back up our friends, remember, Biden has to okay it, and I didn't see that coming. Has to follow Biden's orders. Unless the top military brass is doing their own thing without civilian control, corruption has weakened our government. Ohio is our future. Okay, there 5-7. Hey, good morning. Hope all's going well out there. There's Linwood, who we got here. Good evening to the old gang. I'm in a four-wheeler about 70 miles east of Dallas on I-20 at 51 degrees. I'll listen in for a bit, then sleep, seriously, because I know the Biden administration's on the job keeping our airways, cities, railways, and borders secure. Okay? Meanwhile, over in Ukraine, right. Hello, Miss Millie. Well, our warm days are gone. It's back into the 20s this morning in my area of Kentucky. Everybody stay safe out there. Have a great weekend. We're still above freezing at this hour outside the secret bunker. It looks like 37 right now. But, down we go. Down after we were in the mid-70s Thursday afternoon. So we're going from 70s to 20s. In like a 12-hour stretch. Yeehaw. Our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There he is. I see Doc posted here about 40 minutes ago. Well, even though my truck's broke down, I will find a way. And he checks in from the Harrah's Casino, Cherokee. Did you hitchhike or did you get an Uber there, Doc? All right, good luck to you. All right, what do we have in our industry headlines here? All right, so Mayor Pete, or Transportation Secretary Buttigieg, finally makes it into East Palestine, Ohio. And he gets the preliminary report from the National Transportation Safety Board. Yeah, people expecting the NTSB to point out any blame for the Norfolk Southern train derailment may have been disappointed by the preliminary findings, they say. They laid out the information they've gathered since February 3rd, stating that 30 miles before the derailment site, a device that monitors the temperature of wheel bearings in the rail cars detected one of the bearings was 38 degrees above the current air temperature at that time. 10 miles later, the temperature of that car had increased to 103 degrees. 20 miles after that, the temperature of the train's wheels reached 253 degrees. The final report may take up to a year to be released, but Buttigieg says you're not alone. The EPA, the National Transportation Safety Board, the Department of Transportation, we're here to help the recovery phase. Now, he reiterated the need to speed up rail safety reform. Yeah, I heard his comments there in the news break, top of the hour. But when asked about the wheel bearing failure that overheated rapidly, under the railroad's guidelines, the temperatures between 170 and 200 degrees, or differences in wheel bearing temperatures of 115 degrees or greater, is not considered critical, but the train should be stopped for inspection. According to the NTSB, when the alarm sounded a critical temperature of greater than 200 degrees, the engineer applied the brakes, which initiated an automated braking system. The train had been traveling at 3 miles below the 50-mile-per-hour speed limit at the time, but then, seeing the smoke, the train crew notified dispatchers and first responders were called to the scene. Yeah, the investigators say the first car to derail was the 23rd car in the train. Of course, surveillance video from local residents showing what appeared to be a wheel bearing in the final stage of overheating moments before that derailment occurred. The wheel bearing and affected wheel set have been collected as evidence, and that's going to be examined by the National Transportation Safety Board. The vinyl chloride tank car top fittings, including the relief valves, were also removed and examined by the NTSB. Those fittings are going to be shipped to Texas for testing under the direction of the National Transportation Safety Board. They said its future investigation is going to be focused on the wheel set and bearing, tank car design and derailment damage, a review of the accident response, including the venting and burning of the vinyl chloride, rail car design and maintenance procedures. They're going to look into Norfolk Southern's use of wayside defect detectors and Norfolk Southern's rail car inspection practices, all things yet to be investigated by the National Transportation Safety Board. So, indeed, it was wheel bearing at 256 degrees, and that rapidly heating up over a 20, 30-mile stretch. All right, had another train incident this past day. A truck completely obliterated after getting stuck on the tracks in New York Thursday morning. in Haverstraw, New York. According to ABC7, a tractor-trailer hauling titanium piping bottomed out on the tracks, got stuck. Witnesses realized what was happening, flagged down police who quickly helped get the driver out of the cab as a northbound train was headed for the scene. The train smashed into the truck, which was severely damaged in the impact. Now, they said this could have been a horrific tragedy, but smart thinking and quick action, including blocking other cars and pedestrians from entering the area, prevented that outcome. According to the county legislator chairman, I'm sure the driver of the truck and the driver of the train are pretty shook up, but they'll both be okay. Thanks to everyone who went to the scene in case there were other victims. No surprise to me, and I'm sure many others, that the community really pulled together, because that's what Haverstraw is all about. But yeah, they got the video caught on camera by several bystanders. Heard the train horn, it's coming, it's bearing down, and slam. Just like that. It is 844-844-3388. Numerous other industry headlines to get to as we head into the weekend. And, of course, we'll get to your calls as well. What's on your mind this Friday?
USA News Update. Federal officials investigating the toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, say what happened did not have to.
We call things accidents. There is no accident. Every single event that we investigate is preventable.
NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy detailed how a wheel bearing on one of the train cars overheated and failed. She said there's no evidence so far train crews did anything wrong or there were track defects. Meanwhile, earlier today, the White House indicated there are still no plans for President Biden to visit East Palestine, at least not yet. The total value of U.S. homes fell by nearly 5% in the second half of last year. That's according to the real estate brokerage site Redfin. Home values were sitting at a record high of $47.7 trillion in June of last year, before the fall. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, I hope you've had a good week. Just got to make it through a Friday. A weekend is upon us. Other industry headlines here. I don't know why they made the change. For years and years, so many, especially team operations, operated under the 5 and 5. 5 hours on, 5. Splitting your 10 hours. So many drivers said, I can't sleep for 10 hours. Or, so they made the changes, right? And then the call is back out to, can you give us some more options, more split sleeper berth options that would allow truckers to be better rested and find a safe place to park? That's what the FMCSA is being told. A notice published in the Federal Register this past day. Matthew Kilmer, a truck driver from North Carolina, asked the agency for an exemption from the hours of service regulations that would allow him to split his sleeper berth time to 2 5-hour periods. Now, according to the notice, Kilmer said the exemption would allow him to be more alert and well-rested and allowing him to find a safe place to park. So starting in September of 2020, you'll recall, the FMCSA did add back in the 8 and 2 combination and the 7 and 3 combination to the 10-hour rest period. Kilmer and many other drivers, they feel like the 5 and 5 would be what works best for them. And for so many years, that was the case. I know a number of friends that operated on the 5 and 5. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association asked the agency for more sleeper berth options just last year. They told the FMCSA back in September they should at least maybe launch a split duty period pilot program, add the 6 and 4 or the 5 and 5 splits to the truckers' options. This would increase flexibility, allow drivers to increase their productivity without compromising safety. In fact, these splits would help to increase both safety along with health and wellness. Truth is, not all drivers can sleep 8 or 10 hours at a time. Bingo. Many OIDA members have commented that they struggle to sleep more than 6 hours at a time, thus allowing them to split their sleeper time more efficiently would allow them to gain more adequate rest. That would increase alertness and better driving performance. All right, so it is 844-844-3388. Let's get to Hillbilly out of the box here on a Friday. What's going on, Hillbilly?
Right out of the box. Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
How are we doing today?
Well, I guess we're ready for the weekend. Got another birthday party weekend coming on. The other grandson celebrating the birthday this weekend.
Was he 8 now?
I think he's 9. Yeah, Rowan turned 11, so Avery, I think he's turning 9.
I hope you all have a fun time with that. Did I understand you right that they had sensors reading 30 above and 100 above and 200 plus above?
Correct.
Somewhere along the line of communications between the sensors and the people who watch it and the sensor alarm to the locomotive failed, because if I ain't mistaken, once it hits, I think it's 100 degrees, the train's supposed to be shut down to first siding before repairs. A friend of mine I've been talking to, he used to work for CSX as a conductor, was telling me that. So, I mean, somewhere along the line, Norfolk Central system failed. Whether the alarm system, the locomotive, or in the central office that reached the sensors. You get what I'm saying?
I pulled the story back up here. All right, I guess let's see. The temperature of the bearing, the one that initially was first, I guess the first reading, 38 degrees above the current air temperature. 10 miles later, it was up to 103 degrees. Then 20 miles after that, it was at 253. Now, this says, apparently under the railroad guidelines, temperatures from 170 to 200 or differences in wheel bearing temperature of 115 degrees is not considered critical, but the train should be stopped for inspection. Now, you'd think when they saw the temperature rising so quick, in a 10-mile stretch from 38 to 103, that, hey, that's going up mighty quick, right? And then, of course, 20 miles later, it was 253.
Right. So, I mean, the bearing is going into bearing failure at 100 degrees. I mean, in 10 miles, it don't take long for a bearing to fail once it starts to fail. That's with any bearing. But somewhere along the line of communications between the locomotive and the main office that reads them failed. Because, I mean, they should have been cited to, like you said, at least for inspection. It would have prevented this whole big drum we got going on. But didn't I hear China's pushing Russia and Ukraine for peace talks?
That was the headline, yes. Yeah. China urging them to have some sort of talks. I don't.
That kind of surprised me, but China buys a lot of grain from U.S. and Ukraine, so if they're getting affected by not getting enough grain, that could be the reason why they're motivated for peace talks too.
Yeah. And then, of course, you heard in the news break there, top of the hour, the UN resolution. 140 some countries signed off on that resolution yesterday, telling Russia to immediately ceasefire and remove all of their troops from Ukraine. I mean, I guess it's just a symbolic gesture, the fact that 143 countries, I believe it was, signed off on that.
That's almost the whole world. Well, I don't know how many countries are in the world, but that's a lot of them. But it doesn't surprise me Biden ain't going out there to East Palestine. That's the Republican part of the state, so he don't think he's got no business out there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's just my opinion on that. But Steve, have a good show and a good weekend this weekend. I have fun at the birthday party.
All right, yeah, we're supposed to be going to some a Nerf gun park. You go in and it's pretty cool. They got the lights and you divvy up into teams and Nerf wars, Nerf gun wars. That's what he wanted to do. So, all right, according to the Associated Press, the UN General Assembly, it's what they call a non-binding resolution this past day that calls for Russia to end hostilities and withdraw its forces. It's pretty much just to send the message, I guess, to Russia. On the first anniversary of the invasion, drafted by Ukraine in consultation with allies, passing 141-7, 32 abstentions. Ukraine's foreign minister said that the vote was more evidence that not only the West backs his country. 141 countries signed off on this. This vote defies the argument that the global South does not stand on Ukraine's side. Many countries representing Latin America, Africa, Asia voted in favor of this resolution. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan called the vote an overwhelming demonstration of support for Ukraine and a clear defense of freedom for people everywhere. Of course, the General Assembly's become pretty much the most important UN body dealing with Ukraine because the Security Council, which is charged with maintaining international peace and security, is paralyzed by Russia's veto power. General Assembly resolutions are not legally binding, unlike Security Council resolutions. But it just kind of gives you the barometer of world opinion. The 7 countries that voted against the resolution were Belarus, Nicaragua, Russia, Syria, North Korea, and Mali, which have developed apparently close ties with Russia. All right, so that's the breakdown as far as the UN resolution. Will it make a difference? I guess only time will tell. Inbred Redneck, what's happening on a Friday?
Oh, buddy, just sitting here trying to figure it all out. I don't know if you ever heard anything or not, but the down nuclear research facility down in Oak Ridge, Tennessee caught on fire, buddy. Did you hear anything about that? The Y-12 down there? I had a girlfriend work down there.
Is that right?
Yeah, buddy. And dang on, people don't realize the kind of stuff that goes through there. They, do stuff with nuclear bombs, all kinds of stuff, buddy.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if you knew about it or anybody else did. I heard they had a fire and they had it contained. And, but that was the last I heard on it. So,
well, I quite honestly, I had not heard about that. I did a quick search. USA Today said the air monitors did not go off, so there was no release of radioactive material. Officials said they do not yet know what caused the fire. I guess, what'd they say? Yeah, you said, Y-12, the complex in the uranium processing area. Several hundred employees and others were evacuated. All the evacuated workers accounted for, no injuries. Let's see. It's an ongoing investigation. According to Y-12 spokesperson, we're still in the process of figuring out exactly what the timeline is on what happened. No worries for community members. There was no contamination because of the fire. Other parts of Y-12 are back to normal operations, again, according to USA Today.
Yeah, buddy. Kind of scare you to death if you think about it. But, dang on. I don't think it should be a big surprise to people that old Biden ain't going over there to
East Palestine.
East Palestine.
Yeah.
I mean, he hid in his basement during COVID. He wouldn't even go outside during the campaign. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
So, they burnt daggone vinyl chloride over there. What's it turn into? whatever that daggone gas was they used in World War One.
Phosgene.
Formage or
Phosgene.
Yeah, Phosgene. Yeah. But you know, the more I look at that cat, Steve, daggone, he's like a baboon. You know, they are certain animals that you look at. My grandmother used to say, you look at certain animals and you can tell that they are just in constant pain all the time. You know, like a cow. She'd always say, Lord, the damn cow's neck, it's got to be breaking. They all the time been overeating, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, a baboon same way. You know, I'd hate to see a baboon's preparation age, but he's got the attitude of a daggone baboon. Baboon Biden. And I'm about fed up with it, buddy. He's got the raw rump every time somebody asks him a question. And then if he does answer a question, Lord knows if you'll understand it.
You think?
Yeah. It's time to get the baboons out of the White House, you know. And it's time to put in the inbred redneck. And I am here informally announcing that I will be campaigning for 2024. And I'm dead ass serious about this, Steve. I have done exiled the redneck girls that are out of there to work on this campaign. Buddy, I'm a big mover and shaker over here in Jenkins, Kentucky.
Yeah.
I got the mayor in, and we worked on his campaign. I'm sure it's not going to be a problem for me to get all the way up to president.
Inbred Redneck 2024. What a campaign slogan.
That's right, buddy. Get the baboons out of the White House. Let's make America drunk again on good times. That is my campaign slogan, buddy. We're gonna let the good times roll, and you know, truck drivers. If I don't have your support, it's not gonna happen. And the only way that you can really show your support is go out there riding on the back of your trailer in the dirt, inbred redneck president 2024. And then, you know, put a dirty sock right there.
I knew that was coming.
That daggone mirror.
Dirty sock.
Yeah.
The movement is coming back, right? Yeah, boy. Inbred Redneck 2024. Yeah, I had not seen anything about the Y-12. What is Y-12? The National Security Complex manufactures parts for America's nuclear weapons, stores nuclear materials, and provides enriched uranium to the U.S. Navy. Y-12 was the Knoxville area's fourth largest employer last year, 7,800 employees total. Wow, the security complex has been in Oak Ridge since 1943, when the 811-acre Y-12 was built as part of the Manhattan Project. Consolidated Nuclear Security has operated Y-12 since the previous contractor, B&W, was fired after anti-nuclear protesters broke into that facility back in 2012. I kind of remember that, yeah. In October of last year, it was announced the National Nuclear Security Administration would extend their contract with Consolidated Nuclear Security to operate Y-12 after terminating their contract with a different company. Less than a month ago, they celebrated the construction of a new fire station and emergency operations center at the complex. They replaced buildings that had been built back in the 1940s.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, on a Friday, TGIF. Hello to Brain Dead. We'll flip back over to the stream chat. Apparently, several folks saying that they're not getting the Rumble feed live this morning like they have the last couple mornings. I'm not exactly sure. High Tech said, what's wrong with the Rumble feed? Hillbilly Tex can't get the show on Rumble. Anybody else having trouble? Rockpick said, yeah, no link there tonight. All right, so I guess we'll have to get Josh on the case, see what's going on with the feed there. All right, where was Brain Dead's post there? Yeah, sent you. There he is. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. Hope you have a great weekend. I sent you a Dumbass of the Week nominee. Yeah, I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And yes, indeed. Hey, would you believe it's a Florida man? A Jacksonville man accused of using a 3D printer to make machine guns and other firearms from his home. A grand jury recently indicting Lucas Shirley. According to BATF, agents, he was selling thousands of dollars worth of homemade weapons and actually tried to sell guns that he made to an undercover agent. Now, this is the latest example where federal agents say people are making ghost guns. Hard to trace firearms and selling them illegally. 28-page criminal complaint. An ATF agent claims Shirley was making and selling firearms out of his North Side home, including short-barreled rifles, silencers, and conversion devices turning firearms into machine guns. A confidential informant apparently brought an undercover ATF agent to Shirley's home, according to the complaint, and they noticed tools across the house, including a smelting pot covered with a metallic substance on the kitchen floor, a 3D printer in the living room floor. The agent wrote that Shirley said he was a firm believer that the ATF does not have any business knowing what someone has in their house. Ultimately, the complaint shows the three brokered a deal for $11,000 for 4 rifles, 4 silencers, and a couple of pistols. It is legal to own machine guns in this country. It's legal to own suppressors, according to the Second Amendment organization. What we do have what's called an SOT. You get a special license, another layer of bureaucracy from the government, and you can own these things and you pay an extra tax stamp, or you go through a more extensive background check, you agree to another set of regulations, and you can own these kind of things. You can own all these if you go through the proper process. All right, so looks like we're up to top of the hour news break. He was already serving a 10-year probation for trying to sell methamphetamine. All right, so now he's facing federal charges, and those are probably going to be, big-time charges. 844-844-3388. As we roll into a Friday, TGIF, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is calling for stricter freight rail regulations.
We need to raise the bar on what's expected and on what's required. But I think the railroad industry should be doing more out of the gate.
While visiting the site of the toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, Buttigieg says rail companies need to face higher fines and be required to practice higher standards of safety.
Anyone in Congress who cares about these issues, they are welcome to come to the table and work with us to get things done.
A preliminary report from the NTSB suggests the wreck was likely caused by a wheel bearing failure. The United Nations is demanding Russia withdraw its forces from Ukraine.
The UN General Assembly approved a resolution calling for Russia to immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw troops from Ukraine. The resolution, which is non-binding, comes just one day before the one-year anniversary of the start of the war. 141 countries voted to approve the measure, while 7, including Belarus, Nicaragua, and Syria, voted against the measure. The resolution called for an immediate ceasefire. I'm Dave Collins.
At the high-profile double murder trial in South Carolina, former attorney Alex Murdaugh took the stand in his own defense earlier today. Prosecutors grilled him about his claims of having a drug addiction. During his testimony, Murdaugh admitted to financial crimes involving his clients.
I stole money that didn't belong to me.
Murdaugh, once prominent lawyer worth over $1 million, faces 30 years to life in prison without parole if convicted of the murder of his wife and son. The suspect in the Colorado Springs nightclub shooting will face the full list of charges against him. The judge in the case against Anderson Lee Aldrich decided they would not drop any of the more than 300 counts following a preliminary hearing that ended this morning. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Punished for exercising perhaps objectionable free speech in Alaska, a state lawmaker is being censured by his colleagues for suggesting deadly child abuse is good for the state's finances.
At a Monday hearing on child services, State Rep David Eastman posed this hypothetical.
In the case where child abuse is fatal, obviously it's not good for the child, but it's actually a benefit to society because there aren't needed for government services and whatnot over the whole course of that child's life.
Since then, his colleagues have called Eastman's suggestion despicable and atrocious. Wednesday, the Alaska State House voted 35-1 to censure him. It's only the second time in Alaska House history it's censured a member. The first time in 2017 when someone suggested that women try to get pregnant so they can get a free trip to the city to get an abortion. The member who said that? David Eastman. I'm Rich Johnson.
John Deere is reporting record profits last year, with shareholders getting a 17% return on their investment. The Illinois-based agriculture equipment manufacturer has 4 plants in Illinois, 6 manufacturing plants in Iowa. Fans of the Lord of the Rings franchise can plan on taking a trip back to Middle-earth sometime soon. Warner Brothers Pictures announced earlier today during an earnings call that the company brokered a deal to make multiple movies based on the beloved J.R.R. Tolkien books. It is not known when the projects will release or what timelines they will follow. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, with that, we'll kick off round number 2. Here we go on a Friday. Make our way to the 24th day of February. Here come the weekend. I've been kind of following the International Space Station. Russia launched the rescue ship, as they're calling it, for a couple of cosmonauts and one NASA astronaut, whose original ride home sprang a dangerous leak while parked at the International Space Station. The new empty Soyuz capsule should arrive at the station this Sunday, they tell us. Now, of course, that capsule leak back in December was blamed on a micrometeorite that punctured an external radiator, draining the coolant. Same thing appeared to happen again earlier this month, this time on the docked Russian cargo ship. Camera views showed a small hole in each of those spacecraft. The Russian Space Agency delayed the launch of the replacement Soyuz as they were looking for any sort of manufacturing defects to make sure that it doesn't happen again. They did not find any issues, and they proceeded with a pre-dawn launch Friday from Kazakhstan. All right, so given the urgent need for the capsule, two top NASA officials traveled from the U.S. to observe the launch, apparently in person. To everyone's relief, the capsule safely reached orbit 9 minutes after liftoff. A perfect ride to orbit, according to NASA's mission control. Officials had determined it was too risky to bring those three back in the damaged Soyuz next month. That was the original plan, because without any coolant, the cabin temperature would spike during the trip back to Earth, potentially damaging computers and other equipment and exposing those suited-up crew members to excessive heat, they say. Until the new Soyuz pulls up, emergency plans call for Rubio to switch to a SpaceX crew capsule that's docked at the space station. I guess the cosmonauts would remain assigned to their damaged Soyuz in the unlikely need for a fast getaway. Having one less person on board would keep the temperature down to a hopefully manageable level, they said. All right, the damaged Soyuz will return to Earth with no one aboard by the end of next month, they say, so engineers can examine it. There you go. Updates as we roll into a Friday morning. High Tech, what's going on?
Yeah, interesting news, Nate. I think that Russian Soyuz thing that president over there in the Ukraine, you know, the one that plays the piano with his wiener. I think he sat out there with a .22 rifle when they was launching it. He shot a hole in the side of it. That's probably. And what's his name? Inbred Redneck. He's running for president, and I have a way that when he's elected, that he will not be impeached. I can guarantee that he's not going to be impeached.
Really?
All he has to do is make me vice president, and there's no way in hell anybody's going to impeach the president when I am the vice president. So, other than that, I sent you some 3 different files. Did any of them work?
I tried all 3. No, I neglected. I apologize. I neglected to forward that email this past day to Josh to get it into the format that I could use.
Oh, I have an idea. Probably they don't want you playing stuff like that on the air because you used to be on YouTube, and being YouTube, if you was to play something that was copyrighted or somebody could yell, oh, that was so-and-so, and I didn't give him permission to use that. Well, then YouTube would, what you call censor, or give you another strike. But since you've already had your 3 strikes, it shouldn't matter anymore.
Right.
I mean, you're already struck out there, so it might as well just go ahead and play whatever you want to now.
And I don't know what's going on. You say this, the Rumble feed not working tonight?
No, there's another guy on here that said it was playing. I just hit refresh just a second ago. I'll hit it right now. Let me go exit out of your thing here and go back in. And no, all I got is the 23rd show that was on there. But the problem is with the 23rd, it was showing it was only uploaded 11 hours ago. Now, the one from the 22nd has a note that it was live streamed, but the one from yesterday says that it wasn't uploaded till after the show had already finished.
That's interesting. Okay.
So, anyway, that's what I would have called in earlier, but I was sitting here fumbling with Rumble, trying to get it to work, and I said, well, I guess it's not working yet. But anyway, yeah, there's about the guy making the guns with his 3D printer. What he's doing is making switches that go on a Glock pistol. I mean, everybody, you can download a file, and it's a little plastic piece that hits the sear on a pistol, and it makes it shoot automatic. You can't hit nothing with it. It's kind of like one of those spray and pray guns.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, and the Second Amendment does say thou shall not be infringed, and it does say arms, which basically means anything the government has. And now there's a caveat. There's a big if in here. You know, if is the middle word in life. If somebody could figure out a place that they could shoot off a nuclear weapon and it not affect anybody else on the planet, I wouldn't have a problem with you having a nuke. But there's no place on this planet you can set one of them off that it won't affect somebody else. So, I mean, there are people out there that have cannons, they own tanks, and they got a big old 500-acre plot out in the desert. They can shoot it. What's the problem? You know, but I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal with the government. You give up your guns first, then we'll give up ours.
Okay, yeah, that ain't going to happen, is it?
Well, that's why the Second Amendment is there. We're supposed to have everything they have. And if you're rich enough, if you're Jeff Bezos, you can have a rocket. You seen his little rocket that he shot William Shatner, Captain Kirk up in?
Absolutely, yeah.
Doesn't that look like an adult toy when it was going up?
Sure does.
Yeah. But if you look on the side of those Amazon trucks going down the road, everybody says it's a smiley face on the side of it. But if it was a smiley face, wouldn't it have that little emblem on both sides of the smiley face? I don't think that's a smiley face. I think he's just enamored with his wiener, and he puts it on everything.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Well, we're not on YouTube anymore, so we can talk about that stuff.
All right. Well, High Tech, what's on the agenda for the weekend?
Oh, the weekend? Oh, it's wonderful. I'm building a new doghouse. Of course, I don't know if you remember, but January of last year, the other one burnt down, killed 16 of my dogs, and so I've got one that's only 20 foot, 10 by 20. It's going to take me several years to replace what burned up, but so I'm out here working on building another one.
Did you figure out what caused the fire?
Well, if I had evidence of what caused it, I'd probably be in prison right now. But I can't get no concrete evidence on what happened, so I'm just putting it back, and I'm putting in a sprinkler system in this next one. Now, it won't be up to code sprinkler, but it will be Amazon sprinklers in it. So hopefully it'll work, Hopefully it won't have another fire. Now, I couldn't figure out what happened because all the wiring I put in there was above code. I mean, to run an air conditioner, I run 12-gauge wire to it. I overdid everything. I mean, there was no heating up of anything, and all my amperages was correct. So, no, I have no idea what caused it.
Wow.
And it wasn't lightning that night or nothing. So, anyway, other than that, I hear you got a birthday to go to.
That is correct. Yes. Nothing like Nerf gun wars, right?
Well, you know what? I was thinking about those Nerf gun wars. How old is this child you're bringing to the Nerf gun thing?
9.
9. He's almost old enough to go to airsoft tournament. I bet he'd like airsoft even better. Because you can get those airsoft guns that look like real machine guns, and they shoot just like a real machine gun. And they shoot those little plastic pellets.
Yeah.
Now, they do sting a little bit when they get hit, but at 9 years old, I mean, he's going to put some eye protection on, and that way you know that you're not supposed to get shot. And when you get older, you go to paintball. Now those things really hurt when you get hit. So
that'll leave a mark.
It gives you the it gives you the experience of getting shot is not a good thing. So it's a learning experience when you elevate yourself to something that gives you a little bit of hurt.
There you go.
So at 9 years old, airsoft. I bet he'd love airsoft. You ought to go out, and I mean, you're a grandparent now, right? So it's the job of a grandparent to buy things that annoy the parents. So I think an airsoft gun would be perfect to annoy the parents.
I'm sure. I'm sure that would go over real well with his mommy. Not. Nope. All right, 844-844-3388. Have a good weekend there. High Tech, 17 past the hour. Give you the California breakdown. Gonna get ugly this weekend. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, going to be traveling out west. Big disruptive storm that's going to be tracking south, just offshore the west coast. Bringing impacts to California. As the storm zeroes in on the Golden State, it's going to ramp up in intensity today. Heavy rain, snow, and even rare blizzard conditions in the mountains around Los Angeles. Forecasters warn this storm has the potential to be the most impactful storm we've seen this winter, and maybe even in a number of years. For Southern California, due to the risk of flooding, snow in low elevations, and widespread travel disruptions, snow is already falling close to sea level along the coast of Northern California back on Thursday morning. Wednesday afternoon and evening, as the storm was spinning just off the coast of Oregon, we saw the heavy snow that buried Portland with nearly 11 inches of snow. More than a foot of snow already reported in Northern California, including 18 inches near Lake Spalding. As the storm continues southward, it's going to grab more moisture while retaining its cold nature. Even though rain amounts may not be exceptional around the San Francisco area into today, temperatures will be low enough for some wet snow to mix in over the hills in the region, and a slushy accumulation begins at about the 1,000-foot level in elevation there in central California. Forecasters have been warning about the chances of snow and blizzard conditions since last week. Yeah, matter of fact, Wednesday, the National Weather Service office in L.A. issued a rare blizzard warning for the mountains to the north and the northeast of L.A. Yeah, first blizzard warning in the area since 1989. All right, so some of the passes will be impassable, as they say. The absolute worst conditions in the zone from L.A. to San Diego will be late Friday into Saturday morning. Travel may be shut down with dangerous conditions and road closures, whether it's high water, washouts, debris flows at lower elevations, and heavy snow in the foothills, the mountains, and the passes. There's a significant risk for some people to be stranded in their vehicles or isolated for an extended period of time in the wake of this storm. So obviously we're going to be talking again major airline delays and numerous cancellations at the major hubs and regional airports in both Central and Southern California. Those are going to have the ripple effects across the country as the crews and the aircraft become displaced. All right, from Friday to Saturday, it's going to be kind of a fire hose effect aimed at coastal areas of Southern California. Rainfall rates could be a half inch to an inch per hour at times. Now, up in the mountains, snow may be coming down at a rate of several inches per hour, resulting in several feet of snow over the highest elevations. So, yeah, we're talking way up there in the inches of rain. There's a zone of 4 to 8 inches of rain possible in the foothills north of L.A., where some areas could even see maybe up to 12 inches of rainfall. Not snow, but rain. Talk about flooding in California. All right, what do we have here? Friday, there's Scarecrow back at it this morning. I'm assuming you didn't have to be out on the road 24 hours ago.
Well, no, I did not. And I rather enjoyed sitting back and living in the solar-powered world for a day there. It throws your scheduling off a little bit, but no, we just sat back yesterday, Steve, and watched it get white outside, and we just let it go till today. We knew there was going to be a little, they hinted around about some freezing rain and sleet in the mix, so I thought, well, we'll just leave the snow on the ground and not have to worry about that coating the blacktop and whatnot. So, yeah, we made it through that. I guess we wound up with 10 inches at our place and all, so missed the program last night, but you're doing a fine job this evening or this morning by making up for it. It turns out I'm not the only one that feels that's an outstretched male appendage on the side of those Amazon trailers.
Right?
Oh, like mines or whatever, how that goes. And earlier on, too, did you say somebody was broke down at a casino?
Oh, that was Doc Holliday, of course. Yes, I mean the irony of Doc Holliday having a broke down truck and there's a casino nearby. How does that happen?
Oh, it reminded me quite a number of years back now when Junior was still in school. One of the senior parents, his son flew C-17s, and he said those planes mysteriously, for some reason, when they get near Hawaii, they break down. And fast forward a few years, Junior, he was up flying out of Elmendorf in Alaska, C-17s, and sure enough, they got over the islands, and boom, it took them a week to get out of there. It's just amazing. Parts are hard to come by. But either way, Steve, you throw enough years into truck driving and enough miles, you figure you've seen it all. You get a few deviations, but pretty much repeats of anything you've witnessed in the past. Well, leaving town, this evening now, technology that's changed things. There's whole new experiences, out there. In this case, it's the collision avoidance system, and we've often talked about the nightmares associated with that. Well, I'm I'm looking over at the passenger window. I'm trying to crack it a little bit, and these electronic controls are not simple up and down. You got to stop it where you want it. And either way, I'm looking over at the window, and boom, the brakes come on, and my shoulder harness did what it's supposed to. And here comes a doggone little toolbox traveling across the road. Kind of about like an oversized fishing tackle box. And there was a pickup passing me at that moment. Now, given the that it was just skating across the pavement, I'm thinking he probably hit it from a previous vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
And but either way, it wasn't more than, 14 inches tall, if that, but tall enough for the radar unit to pick up on it, and it saved that major collision apparently. But the darn system has saved me from crashing into bridges and trees and everything else along the road too. So, but either way, that was a new one. Since '74, I had not experienced that in the past. So, and then Steve might have to carry me through the break here, but I do have to tip my hat off to lubrication specialists. About 2-3 months back, I spoke to Chris, and he was gonna, about a product that I was maybe interested in if they could engineer something.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he'd put the crew on it. Well, I had a phone message here last week, and I didn't recognize it. The call itself said it was from, I think, Bucyrus, Ohio, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, yeah. Hold that thought. We'll get the rest of the story following our news break here, bottom of the hour.
USA News Update. The jury in South Carolina is in recess until today in the Alex Murdaugh double murder trial. Murdaugh was on the stand all day, telling jurors over and over again he did not kill his wife and son. Murdaugh admits he lied to officers about his whereabouts the night of he then admitted he stole money from his law firm to help pay for his addiction to opiates. The prosecutor grilled him over that claim, saying Murdaugh made millions in fees and really stole to support his lavish lifestyle. Murdaugh, a once prominent lawyer worth over $1 million, faces 30 years to life in prison without parole. A popular mortgage rate is moving higher. Freddie Mac says the 30-year fixed rate averaged 6.5% for the week that ended today. That's a jump from just over 6.3% the prior week. It also continues the year of rising interest rates. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ah, what a difference a day can make. Down to the freezing mark now. After being up, I think we were somewhere in the 70, 75 range this past afternoon. All right, now I do recall a conversation that Scarecrow, I remember that conversation you had with Chris. I cannot recall what the product you were asking him about was, but give us the rest of the story.
Yeah, anyway, well, actually, I guess just thinking about it right now, given the handful of rigs that I've seen in the ditch yet tonight, in addition to those that would have been plucked out already, I guess I have to be thankful and fortunate that I didn't have to be out in that mess last night, earlier today. But no, going back, Steve, I had talked to Chris. Everybody was raving about the hub oil, and I was thinking if there was a way to use that for bar oil on a chainsaw,
okay,
for lubrication and such. And Chris, he said he'd put his crew on it and see what could be done about it. Well, the tech contacted me maybe a month back, and he was scratching his head trying to figure out what the hell Chris was what kind of product that he was actually trying to create for me. And so either way, we got our heads together there. And, he like I said, called last week, and he apologized that no matter what kind of additives or materials he added to it, he just could not get it to thicken up. And I wanted something that was really clingy, that would really stick and hang. And he said they just could not come up with a combination. I've got this vision of these mad scientists working in the labs down there, but he he said, yeah, there were others, he said, that wondered why he was wasting his time, working on a product for myself. And but he tried explaining, if it's a market out there that they could kind of hook up with, they pursue it. But they had bigger fish to fry and whatnot, and he just was not able to, come up with anything that would suit my purposes and such, which it doesn't hurt my feelings, Steve, but I'm just thankful and appreciate that, corporate America was willing to, go to work for the little guy.
They gave it a shot, right?
Exactly. So no, if any of the guys are out there listening and such, we appreciate what you're doing down there, guys, and everybody appreciates what you do for Steve and Overnight Drive. So no, that was the the way that story ended for the moment here and whatnot. So we'll cut you loose. Maybe we'll be able to swing in towards the end of the program, but if not, the weekend is up on us. So Steve, you have a good time at the birthday party there.
All right. And you're going to break out the snowmobile? You hadn't been able to do that a lot, have you?
Steve, I gave that up, about 10 years ago. It was a point in time where the sleds, they were aging. It was time to upgrade. And, man, even back then, $10,000 for a new sled. Now you're in the 15 to 20 for the higher end sleds, and we don't get snow in western Wisconsin anymore. In our area, there's years the trails haven't even been open for a full week and such. It's just fortunate we got this snowfall now, the last day or two. That Saturday there's a major poker run for the group, so they'll at least have be able to go out and play. But between the price of entertainment and it's the age thing, Steve. I just cannot stand the cold anymore. Not that I'm going to move out of the Badger State, but cold sucks. That's the best way to put it. So no, I'm going to be laying kind of low and turn the thermostat up in the workshop, and I'll be perfectly content.
Sounds like a plan. All right. Well, appreciate you checking in here this Friday morning. Rudy Giuliani apparently also showed up in East Palestine, Ohio this past day. Yeah. According to reports, Buttigieg actually got left standing in the hallway for like 30 minutes to meet with the mayor because he was meeting with Rudy Giuliani at the time. There's a good reason East Palestine, Ohio mayor kept Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg waiting in the hall for a reported 30 minutes. According to Rudy Giuliani, Buttigieg, quote, doesn't know a damn thing about emergency response. Waiting 20 days before even coming to the scene of the derailment site. I mean, this has been going on for 2 weeks, and he hadn't acted. He should have been fired by now. If he worked for me as a commissioner of transportation, and he was absent for 2 weeks and made a statement like, this happens 1,000 times a year, he'd be looking for a new job because he's obviously not up to this one. Now, Rudy noted he was invited to East Palestine because of his experience in crisis management. Of course, he having aided the September 11 response as he was mayor then of New York City when the Twin Towers came down and the toxic fallout from that. I'm asking to come to these things, Giuliani said, kind of rejecting Buttigieg's claims that he's there as a political opportunist. Today I had a very, very good session with the mayor. I think a heck of a lot more productive than Mr. Lightweight over there. Speaking of Buttigieg. Said he did not know he was leaving Buttigieg waiting in the hall at the time, but the mayor was getting more from his expertise than he would have from the unqualified transportation secretary. So how about that? So I guess they made sure that the two did not cross paths, as in Rudy Giuliani and Pete Buttigieg. Well, you waited 20 days to get here. What the heck? What's another 30 minutes? I guess that was the mentality there. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. I was going to offer Inbred Redneck my services as vice president, but I see that High Tech has already beat me to the punch. Well, I've got a perfect campaign slogan for him, so maybe he ought to make me his campaign manager. How about this one? A moonshine jug in every cupboard, and deer meat / venison for you high sophisticated people in every freezer. What do you think?
Sounds like a winner for the Inbred Nation. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think he ought to make me the campaign manager. If something falls through with High Tech, maybe he's the vice president. One thing for sure, if he won't get impeached with me as his vice president either, because there's no way they'd want me as his president. Would you think?
That was a good rationale from High Tech. That's correct.
Yeah. Well, I'm also offering GMA&D Enterprises to help him with his campaign money. We will open up a site on our web address. We will help him with that, even with fundraising. Yep, that's right, folks. You can make campaign contributions at GMA&D. We'll get you all set up, just for a nominal fee, of course. All right, Steve, that's all I got for now. But I'm reaching out to you there, Inbred Redneck. I think we're a very similar mindset, and I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. They may be in need of a transportation secretary, you think? Would you be up to the task? All right. All right, other industry headlines. What we have here. All right, a Pennsylvania trucking company wants the FMCSA to let them use under 21-year-old commercial learner's permit holders for their apprentice pilot program. Pitt, Ohio, based in Pittsburgh, asks for an exemption from the requirement that participants must hold a commercial driver's license before enrolling in the program. Notice of that request was published in the Federal Register this past day. The company contends it would have less difficulty recruiting drivers to participate if the FMCSA in their driver apprentice pilot program, if the exemption would be granted. Pitt, Ohio estimates that 25 learner's permit holders would operate under the exemption each year. So as part of the request, they said that the commercial learner's permit holders would still need to meet all the remaining apprentice requirements as well as the existing regulatory requirements for permit holders. That would include needing the process of a CDL holder in the passenger seat for the pilot program. Of course, the FMCSA announced the creation of the apprenticeship pilot program January of last year. They opened the application process last July. Now, there is opposition to the under 21. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has opposed any measures to reduce the minimum interstate commercial driving age from 21 to 18. They feel it would have a negative effect on safety. The motivation for lowering the driving creation age is the assertion that there's a shortage of truck drivers, which they have said for years is not the true case. It's low wages and poor working conditions. Nonetheless, the comment period has opened. The public has a 30-day comment period if you'd like to chime in on Pitt, Ohio's exemption request. Simply go to the regulations.gov website. You'll need the docket number. which is FMCSA-2023-0057. Again, regulations.gov, 30 days to make your voices heard to the FMCSA. And we'll get back at your calls. Lines available here on a Friday at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, in regards to the story I just shared, the Pitt, Ohio request, 21 and under. I got an email from No Handle Dave this past day. He said, I'm not sure if you've seen this. I've been reading the comments, and people want to jump straight to the wages. Yeah, back a few years ago when all these companies were asking for wage givebacks, you recall? Yeah, we actually got a raise. Yeah, I'm not real familiar with our apprentice programs. I'm sure the pay would be less until they become a full CDL holder and a full-time employee, but then it would be the same as everyone else. We had an advancement program for years where dock workers can move up to straight trucks, and straight truck drivers can move up to tractor-trailer. They help with all the training as well. Every time they post this, we have 5 or 10 people sign up, so it's been a big hit with the employees. So I got sidetracked here. I wanted to let people know that this is not a low-paying company that's looking for cheap labor. I'm assuming No Handle Dave's talking about Pitt, Ohio, right? As far as under 21 being able to access, go across state lines, I have kind of mixed feelings. I remember back when I was that age and the maturity, the driving habits I had, and part of me thinks I would have done okay, and there's another part that says, no way. Now, I hear people say you can go into the service at 18 and fight for your country, but you can't buy alcohol or you can't drive a semi across state lines. Doesn't make sense. You can't say you're mature enough at 18 to go fight in war, but you're not mature enough to drink or drive a semi across state lines. I mean, I think they need to either lower it to 18 or raise the age of service to 21. You can't really have it both ways, right? Now, I've seen plenty of middle-aged people who are not mature enough to drive or drink, yet they're legally allowed to. Same time, I've seen some 18-year-olds who are way more mature than their age, but they're not allowed to. Everyone is different, so I'm not sure how they should do this. Just like not all trucking jobs are the same, yet we all have the same hours of service. One size doesn't always fit all, but that's an argument for another day, right? Anyways, I'll be out here listening to the podcast later this afternoon. Looking forward to another great show. The wife and I have our tickets for the truck show and a hotel reservation. So unless something changes in the next month, we'll be coming down on Friday. I'm looking forward to getting to meet you in person. Stay safe, drivers, and thank you, Steve, for everything you do. All right, there's No Handle Dave. All right, another listening friend that we'll get a chance to meet in Louisville, just over a month away. 8 before the hour, and is Eagle on board this morning? What do you say, Eagle?
Yeah, Steve, brother, I told you last night, I'm back in Texas now, brother. One of the few times that I call you from my house. I'm actually sitting in my house right now, talking to you, Steve, sitting in front of this big, beautiful TV that I got in my home that God blessed me with, due to my hard work and effort. And I'm just listening to you tonight, your radio show. I've been talking to you for a long time, Steve. I told you, you the best thing going on the radio, or well, not radio, but on the internet or whatever outlet you on right now.
Right.
And the nighttime, I'm, even when I'm on my home time, which I verily do, I'm still listening to you, brother, because, you one of the few outlets out there that preach the truth and let people say what they got to say. And I'm always go show you that appreciation for your radio program. Plus I like the fact, we've talked about the police, law enforcement over the years, all the way to Mike Browns and Trayvon Martin and all that. I know your son is involved in law enforcement, like I told you the other night. I'm glad that we have some, you say he was named Officer of the Year. I'm glad that we got some good officers out there, Steve, that actually do their job. You can do your job without terrorizing and harassing the general public, and your son is a perfect example of that. You raised up a good man, and I want to show you that appreciation, because there's, after we seen what happened in Memphis with these outlaw cops a couple of weeks ago, it's nice to know there's some good people out there working for the police department. Now, let's talk about some other things right quick, Steve. A couple of weeks ago, maybe about 2 or 3 months ago, I had people were saying some things about Donald Trump, that they were saying that they didn't know if they wanted him to be their candidate for 2024 due to his personality and some of the things that he said while he was in the White House. Well, I've noticed over the last couple of months, Steve, I don't know if the word got back to Donald Trump through to some of his people, or maybe he saw it on television himself. I've noticed an improvement in Donald Trump over the last couple of months. He's not as boastful and as outlandish as he used to be. And I think that Donald Trump realized he has to tone it down a little bit. There's no doubt in my mind that Donald Trump is the best candidate to be in the White House in 2024, Steve. When you look at the lineup that's lining up right now on the Republican side, Nikki Haley has thrown her name in, the man from Florida, Mike Pence, and other names have been dropped, but Trump still is at the top of the line as far as I'm concerned. And just like I told you yesterday, Steve, Donald Trump made a special trip to Ohio to the train derailment site. He didn't have to do that. Donald Trump is no longer the president of America. It's not his responsibility to show up to Ohio and help and comfort these people, but he did it because he's a 100% pure American, just like myself. I love America, born and raised here, and I'm going to die here in America. because this is my country, and I don't like people stepping on it, and I don't like people talking bad about it. And that's what I like about Donald Trump, Steve, is Trump stands for America as far as I'm concerned. So I'm officially back on the Donald Trump bandwagon after I seen what the man did yesterday. He went to a McDonald's restaurant in Palestine yesterday and bought food and everything for everybody in the McDonald's restaurant, paid for their food, brung water to these individuals, to this city, and he's really the reason why things are turning around in that town. You notice that this other loser showed up in town, Buttigieg or whatever. He finally showed up, and the only reason he showed up because Donald Trump showed him up. That's the only reason. He had no intentions of showing up to that town, Steve. And none of these other people had no intentions of showing up to this town because Donald Trump put them on the spot. That's why they showed up, and that's why they could care less about those people in that city and town. That's why they had the nerve to offer these people $1,000 check so they wouldn't have to seek future litigation against this train company, which is a bogus piece of garbage. Anybody you have to be a complete idiot to sign that contract for a lousy $1,000 out of them what they can do with it.
Right. Hey, I got to pause there, though. We're up to news break time on a Friday morning.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Julio Flores. A massive winter storm is causing more issues in parts of the country. People from California to the Northeast have dealt with heavy snow, blizzard conditions, and significant ice in recent days. The National Weather Service says areas in the Midwest and the Northeast could see as many as 18 inches of snow. The severe weather caused widespread power outages on Thursday, affecting nearly 1 million households, mainly in Michigan. Airports and travelers are also feeling the effects, with more than 1,100 U.S. flights canceled. The United Nations is demanding Russia withdraw its forces from Ukraine. The UN General Assembly approved a resolution calling for Russia to immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw troops from Ukraine. The resolution, which is non-binding, comes just one day before the one-year anniversary of the start of the war. 141 countries voted to approve the measure. A new study says there's no evidence mask mandates did anything beneficial.
The survey from Bankrate finds 39% have less and about 10% have no savings compared to a year ago. Bankrate's annual poll of about 1,000 people across the USA, done last month, also says more than a third have more credit debt than savings. And nearly 70% fear they won't be able to cover the rent and other living expenses for more than a month if they lose their primary income source. Bankrate blames the combination of high inflation and rising interest rates taking a double toll on us. I'm Richard Johnson.
The White House says President Biden has no plans to visit the site of the toxic train derailment disaster in Ohio. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was asked multiple times by reporters if Biden will be making the trip to East Palestine anytime soon. She said she had nothing to share on a presidential visit, noting EPA Administrator and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg visited the area this week. This is USA News.
Remember customer service? Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Almost, because actually Medi-Share is nailing it when it comes to caring for their members. No wonder Medi-Share gets double the satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. Imagine, you get to talk to actual people, and they're for you.
Well, we're all here for the same thing. We want what's best for the members.
How am I going to help this member today that has come across my desk? How am I going to make sure that what they need is what they get, and as fast as possible?
So yeah, you'll love the savings with Medi-Share. There's no doubt about that. But the way you're treated is just plain refreshing.
To be able to pray with them before actually disconnecting that call, you just get goosebumps. And you know it's God, just leading you to that person.
So you can save a lot, but as always, it's people who make the difference. Call now. They are great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The CDC says the flu shot did its job by providing substantial protection this season. New data shows it reduced the risk of hospitalizations from the flu by almost 75% among children and about half in adults. Results also showed vaccinated adults were half as likely to get sick at all from the flu or visit the emergency room. A CDC official added that adults 65 and older or those who are immunocompromised especially should consider the flu vaccine since it provides important protection. The Ohio Department of Natural Resources estimate the number of animals killed by the train derailment in East Palestine is now above 44,000. The department estimates around 38,000 of those killed were minnows who died within a 5-mile span. The remaining 5,500 included other small fish and amphibians. Officials, including Governor Mike DeWine and EPA Administrator Michael Reagan, visited the area earlier this week to show the water is still safe to drink. Residents have still raised concerns about their health and the environment. A preliminary report on what caused the toxic derailment suggests that it may have been a wheel-bearing failure. The jury in South Carolina is in recess until today in the Alex Murdaugh double murder trial. Murdaugh was on the stand all day, telling jurors over and over again he did not kill his wife and son. Murdaugh admits he lied to officers about his whereabouts the night of the 2021 murders, but he blamed that on a drug-fueled paranoid episode. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty then, welcome back. Hey, rolling into a Friday. Yes, indeed, here comes the weekend, and our number, 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Jump on in here. They're talking about the growing presidential field. Rasmussen reports. Latest poll shows South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, after announcing her presidential campaign, coming out slightly ahead of Joe Biden in a hypothetical matchup, but far behind Donald Trump among Republican voters. A survey released yesterday showed that 45% of likely voters would pick Haley, 41% for Biden, 10% for someone else. However, among Republicans, Haley, who Trump appointed as the ambassador to the United Nations, came in second in a hypothetical three-way contest for the nomination. Republicans choosing Trump by 52%, Haley at 28%, and Ron DeSantis at 24%. Of course, he hasn't officially entered the race yet, but I'm kind of surprised by that. Again, that's Republicans who they vote to nominate. Haley netted mostly favorable results. 47% view her favorably. 17% have a very favorable opinion. 37% viewed her unfavorably, and the same 17% very unfavorably. 55% of Republicans, 41% of Democrats, and 44% of independents have at least a somewhat favorable impression of her. So, very interesting. More men, 57% than women at 39%, had a favorable impression. Younger voters and voters of color had a more favorable impression of Haley versus Biden. Voters under 40 years old have a somewhat more favorable impression, with 52% of voters ages 40 to 64, and 50% of voters 65 and older choosing Haley. All right, that's very interesting numbers, but of course the field is going to continue to grow, as we know. Who all will ultimately be in the matchup? Will it be quite as full of a field as we saw back in, say, for the 2016 race? What do we have, like 13 or more, something like that? All right, Eagle, go ahead and let you finish up here on a Friday.
Okay, yeah, Steve, getting back to Donald Trump, and then I want to say something about this loser on CNN television, Don Lemon. I got something to say about this guy because you know how I feel about him. Now, as for Donald Trump, you know something, Steve? I'm gonna put Joe Biden on the clock like I put him on the clock down on the southern border for him to show up. I'm gonna put Biden on the clock to see how long it take him to go up to Ohio to this train accident. We're going to see how long it takes for him to show up. You know, I had a guy ask me the other day, Steve, when I was at the truck stop. He was, I guess he was a Joe Biden supporter. He had the nerve to ask me, he said, why does Joe Biden have to go to Ohio to this train wreck site? He had the nerve to ask me that question. And you know what I asked him? I said, well, why did Joe Biden have to go to Ukraine, my man? You say that Joe Biden can do no good. He can do nothing to help those people in Ohio. Well, what good did he do going to Ukraine? Ask yourself that question. That's what I asked that guy. He had the nerve to ask me, why should Joe Biden go to Ohio? That's what this idiot had the nerve to ask me. Well, like I said before, Joe Biden, if he first of all, the main reason he should go there is because these are American people. And last time I checked, Joe Biden was president of the United States, not Ukraine. That's why he needs to go to Ohio to see what the hell's going on. If Donald Trump can go and he's not the president, I'm pretty sure that Joe Biden can make his way to Ohio and talk to the people and see if he can make sure that these people get everything they need. Last time I checked, he was an American, Joe Biden, but maybe he's a Ukrainian now. I don't know. Now let me say one last thing about this other loser, because I've been talking about him for years, and I'm really fed up with him. And I think finally CNN television is maybe going to finally terminate this guy like they should have done a long time ago. Because see, a couple of months ago, Steve, they took him off television on his nightly news show because his ratings were so poor. Because nobody watched it. Nobody likes to tune in to see a liar tell lies night after night on TV. So they canceled his television program. So they moved him to the morning show. And now he embarrassed himself once again a couple of days ago when he had the nerve to talk bad about Nikki Haley and said that she was washed up, that she was past her prime, and they put him on suspension. So hopefully, like I say, as much as I hate CNN, I could care less about CNN. I wish they would cancel the whole television station as far as I'm concerned. But Don Lemon, as far as he goes, CNN, they should have terminated his contract a long time ago. Like I said, they moved him from the night shift to the morning shift, and he's still doing the same stuff. So it seems to me like Don Lemon needs to be terminated from CNN, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, I know that he was out for a couple days, and I do believe he returned. Was it yesterday morning? I think he's back. He underwent something called formal training. What's that? Yeah, let's see, a little opinion piece. Lemon keeps making controversial statements about women on CNN this morning, which debuted only last November. How long can this go on? All right, he was back on the air. It was actually Wednesday, apparently, less than a week after the comments landed him in trouble. Apparently, he didn't feel the need to address his controversial marks on the air, and maybe he and CNN are hoping the whole thing just blows over. But it's turning out to be quite the mess. While co-hosting CNN this morning last Thursday a week ago, talking about the 51-year-old Republican presidential candidate, Nikki Haley. Lemon said Haley was not in her prime. He added a woman's considered in her prime when she's in her 20s and 30s, maybe 40s. What? Yeah, just imagine what his female co-workers thought, not to mention all the female viewers. After the broadcast, he sends out a tweet. The reference I made to a woman's prime this morning was not artful and irrelevant. As colleagues and loved ones have pointed out, I regret it. A woman's age does not define her, either personally or professionally. I have countless women in my life who prove that every day. Now, that was not the end of it. He was scheduled to be off Friday, but his comments drew the negative attention of his CNN bosses, and he was off the air Monday and Tuesday as well. Conference call with staff last Friday. CNN's chairman said he was disappointed with his remarks. They were upsetting, unacceptable, and unfair to his co-hosts, and obviously a huge distraction to the work of the organization overall. That's what he said. Lemon has agreed to participate in formal training. Then before taking the air Wednesday, he says, I appreciate the opportunity to be back on CNN this morning today. To my network, my colleagues, and our incredible audience, I'm sorry. I heard you. I'm learning from you. I'm committed to doing better. See you soon. However, at no point during Wednesday's broadcast did Lemon or anyone else mention his comments or why he was not on the air the week before. Maybe that was his call. Maybe CNN told him not to say anything about it. Either way, it continues to be a problem. You just got to wonder how it's going over inside the walls of CNN. Yeah, but we do have some hints, according to this report. The Daily Beast says, according to some CNN insiders, the slap on the wrist that he got, not setting well with much of the staff, especially since This has now become a well-established trend for this guy. It's not the first time he said something controversial about women. Yeah, a month after the newscast was on the air, he said the U.S. men's national soccer team should be paid more than U.S. women, even though the women have had far greater international success. To which he got pushback from his co-hosts. But the men's team makes more money, which that's a fact. If they make more money, then they should get more money. The men's team makes more money because people are more interested in the male version of the sport. That's a long-going debate, right? That's when you can talk about the WNBA versus the NBA, what those players make. Yeah, millions of dollars for the guys, maybe hundreds of thousands for the females. But all right, good old Don Lemon, which I have no use for the guy anyway. It's 844-844-3388-57. Happy Friday.
Oh, that's so good. Hey, I just put Bamberg at my back door. That is the girlhood home of Nikki Haley. We're going to find that on the map. That's on Route 301 and 78. It's crisscross right there at the lake. Nikki Haley, good woman. I remember her biggest failure as governor. Of course, she folded on the flag. That's either here or there. But for some reason, she seemed fit to help support the dredging of the port of Savannah instead of Charleston, which didn't make any bit of sense. And I do believe she's part of the swamp, in all fairness. But man, when Trump hired her to do the job, she kept telling them people, they put them in place. They didn't bulldoze her, man. She set them straight. So she's a little spitfire, and she was very faithful to the conservative cause under Trump. But when the 6th happened, right away she flipped, just like Mike Pence did on Trump. But I think when she smelled the coffee that the people weren't into this, she flipped back real quick. So we got her, and that I understand our South Carolina Senator Tim Scott's thinking about getting into it too.
Oh yeah.
So that was on the news, Newsmax last night at 10:30 when I picked up the news. So that's interesting. And this thing with Don Lemon, I seen it. It ain't going to die. Tucker Carlson had it on there and was laughing because I guess Don and Tuck has been going back and forth sometimes. He showed the clip, and Don Lemon's talking about her in her prime, and she's got 2 women on either side of him, and they look, what are you talking about?
Yep,
what are you I mean, they were doing it right on air, and it looked like them 2 women were about ready to grab him, drag him behind the studio, and knock the crap out of him. And you know what? He was right. If he was planning on mating with her and having babies, it's healthier for a woman to have them at a younger age, I guess. But by now, they're all grown, or at least they can clothe themselves and go to high school. So she's free and clear to go do any job she could do. She's proved herself as a leader in leadership. So we could do a lot worse. And let
me ask you this: if Nikki Haley is past her prime, what the hell is Joe Biden or even Donald Trump? I mean, Trump's 76, ain't he?
I guess Don wasn't planning on mating with Joe Biden. That's the only reason for that term. I mean, there is no other reason for that term except when you're past your prime, it's for your mating season. Men got past our prime too, believe me. You know, making babies and trying to raise them. You don't want to be doing that 60, 70 years old. You know, putting up with a 14-year-old rebellion. Right. So. But that was so funny, and I mean Tucker laughing his head off when he played that clip. So that was a little bit of fun. But I just wanted to bring up Graniteville, South Carolina. They had the same railroad had an accident down there killing several people. This was ammonia tank, and he was a resident was on the news last night, and he said, well, for us, the max we got was a check from the railroad was $6,000. He received it. He said, but most of the people got compensated $2,000. And he said, for the most part, for them to be out of the house for a week, that basically covered their motel bill. So, and of course, it's nowhere close to what you guys are facing. I mean, this is like Pappy was bringing up last night, and like I've said before, that's why I keep saying cow's milk, because it's being passed down in the food chain, and it's more understandable the threat for your children and all the food. I mean, and that food, whatever they're making up in that area, it's going out. So it's nowhere close, but you know what? We often say, and I mean, we love Reagan, where he says, the worst thing you can hear is, I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. Well, Mr. Reagan, and he's my best president. He's above even Donald Trump. Listen, in this case, he's wrong. I mean, the state of Ohio needs help. They need it now. They need people need to be out there and to be informed. Tell people what's going on. Don't try to hide anything. And because the worst thing you can do is let fear, gossip, and misinformation, if you would. I mean, have a hotline saying, well, what about this food? You know, it's made over here. You know, where's the water coming from? You know, it just, even your beer, whatever, can you boil this stuff out? I mean, there's all kinds of questions, so, I think the government can help right here if they do their job. I think, Eagle, he should have told that boy, what could Biden do to help the people in Ohio? Well, Eagle, I suppose you're good coming back at him like that, but you could have told the man, well, that $500 million check he had in his hand would sure help the people of Ohio and that need it right now. So, listen, I guess I'm a conservative. I believe all the way up and down the line that there are some times that the government is the only one that can do this stuff. And the heat wave was bringing up some kind of spray that they're supposed to be able to dilute this stuff. Is there a spray that will dilute this chemical where you can spray around the country in that area that would help dilute it or neutralize it? There's all kinds of questions that could be asked and questions that can be, or answers that could be put out there. So, prayers for the people of Ohio, including you, because obviously you said they had to shut the water intakes down in your area. So, this is serious. So, other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, enjoy the rest of the show.
And have a good weekend. All right, there you go. I flipped over to some of the comments. There's our old pal Douglas again. Douglas says, I'm surprised Trump the chump showed up. He's the reason the train derailed. He relaxed the safety regulations for the railroad when he was in office. He would have relaxed more, but someone in his administration advised him not to. There you go. Once again, Douglas, you're jumping on the likes of the Don Lemon and the left liberal false fake media. I mean, the head of the National Transportation Safety Board, Doug, pay attention, actually shared a plea with the public about misinformation about the Ohio train derailment. I mean, even Pete Buttigieg tried to blame it on Trump. Yeah, he highlighted the argument about the type of brakes the train supposedly would have had if the Department of Transportation would not have withdrawn a rule from then-President Donald Trump. Like I said, even Buttigieg tried to say that that's the reason this happened. Yeah, who was saying this now? The National Transportation Safety Board. pointing out that regardless of whether that rule was in effect or not, the train that was traveling through East Palestine would not have had those brakes, Doug. Would not. And I quote, "To everyone affected, no, the National Transportation Safety Board is working vigorously to understand what caused the derailment so it never happens again. You have my personal commitment that we will continue to share all information publicly as soon as possible following our analysis." Now, those particular brakes would not have been, and they actually broke it down. It's called the ECP braking rule. That rule applied, Douglas, to only high-hazard flammable trains. The train that derailed in East Palestine was called a mixed freight train. There were only 3 placarded Class 3 flammable liquid cars. This means even if the rule was in effect, this train would not have had ECP brakes. Anything else is harmful and adding pain to the community that's been through enough already. That's the statement from the National Transportation Safety Board. Get the truth. Now, if you can do your little Google search, you'll find all kind of media outlets trying to say, Trump, Trump, Trump. Yeah, Trump changed the rules. Yeah, the rules would not have applied to this particular train. Thank you very much. As they say, the rest of the story. All right, this week, Arizona state troopers discovered more than 1,100 pounds of illegal drugs during a commercial vehicle inspection. Going back Monday morning, a trooper initiated a traffic stop on a commercial vehicle. Noticed several indicators of criminal activity. Then initiated a physical search of the vehicle concealed in the trailer. Authorities found 1,035 pounds of methamphetamine, 73 pounds of fentanyl pills, and 21 plus pounds of suspected cocaine. Yeah, the drugs still pouring into the country. News break on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The jury in South Carolina is in recess until today in the Alex Murdaugh double murder trial. Murdaugh was on the stand all day, telling jurors over and over again he did not kill his wife and son. Murdaugh admits he lied to officers about his whereabouts the night of the. He then admitted he stole money from his law firm to help pay for his addiction to opiates. The prosecutor grilled him over that claim, saying Murdaugh made millions in fees and really stole to support his lavish lifestyle. Murdaugh, a once prominent lawyer worth over $1 million, faces 30 years to life in prison without parole. A popular mortgage rate is moving higher. Freddie Mac says the 30-year fixed rate averaged 6.5% for the week that ended today. That's a jump from just over 6.3% the prior week. It also continues the year of rising interest rates. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, who we got here? Matthew is on board. Good morning, Steve and Kevin the Cat. Happy first day of spring training baseball. Is it that time? My. Let's see. Fergie says lots of power outages around my area, Pleasant Lake, Michigan. I'll catch the podcast in the morning. Yeah, I pulled up the latest numbers from Power Outage US. Yeah, nearly 750,000 people still in the dark. Michigan, 736,000 and some change. Wow, that's big numbers. That's where they got hit with the ice, right? The big ice storm, especially there in southern Michigan. All right, crews are working out around the clock trying to get power restored, but it's mighty chilly to be without power there, huh? Eskimo Mom, happy Friday or hump day. Running my regular run tonight, but been watching the temperature dropped. It was 70 when I went to bed this past afternoon, 42 when I went into work earlier. Yeah, we're down to, what are we at? Yeah, down into the freezing mark. Looks like partly cloudy, windy, and headed to on I-64 in Indiana this morning. All right. There's Bourbon Street Gary. Hey there. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. 22 here in Blue Springs, Missouri. Everybody have a good weekend. All right. Hello to Rick. Rick, you ready for that spring baseball action? I know you are. Yeah, he says, go Reds, go Reds, go.
All right. Country Bumpkin checking in. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Good to have you all with us. Hey, it's Friday. Hey, Mike, what's going on, Horse Feathers?
No, I think it's hey, Becky.
That's it. Yeah, it's her hump day, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So anyways, hey, you were mentioning the WNBA. Did you hear that, what's her name there that was in the Russian
yes, Brittany Griner
work
signed
camp? $165,000 a year she signed up for. Well, what do the NBA players get, Your Honor? That's not fair.
That's what I was saying. I mean, yeah, those guys are making millions, right?
Yeah, that's not fair. That's not equality. How can that happen, Your Honor? How come she isn't jumping up and down complaining she ain't getting paid enough when, oh, wait a minute, she's not in a Russian jail anymore. I think she's happy to get $165,000 a year, ain't she? Anyway, so now that I just got on that bandwagon, I guess I'm better not say anything about it.
Let me share the the numbers here. The amount determined for the 22-23 season in the NBA is $156.98 million. On an individual basis, the maximum contract that teams can pay their players in the WNBA is $221,450, while the NBA, the amount is about $50 million. There you go.
Well, who sets those contract limits then? Who's in charge of that?
Who's in charge?
Maybe we need to get the pitchforks and stuff out and go after that one. But anyway, so if women are out of their prime there, somewhere around the age of 40 or a little over, what are we doing with Dianne Feinstein and Maxine Waters and Nancy Pelosi and Barbara Mikulski? Well, What are all these women doing in power? What? I tell you what, we got problems, Your Honor. But I don't know. So I can answer one of Eagle's questions. Would you like me to answer one of Eagle's questions here? I think I have an answer that he might that might satisfy what he needs.
Yeah, okay.
There's a reason Joe Biden will not go to the site of the train derailment and accident out there in East. I slipped my mind already. What's the name of that town?
East Palestine.
Palestine. There you go. Hey, there's a reason. What kind of condition are the train tracks in, Your Honor? Joe Biden rides the train everywhere. You know, he can't go out there. There ain't no train tracks for him to get the train down through town no more. So he can't go there. But anyways, no. So I shared to you yesterday, and I put it on my thing there, and I think I put it a couple other places there in case anybody wanted to see what a BLEVE was, the boiling liquid explosive vapor. But when the tank car blows up, or a propane tank blows up, or something like that, and I shared that. Now that if you go and look at that, and if you've already seen it, you'll see it's kind of a small tank, and just trying to guess, I don't think that's more than probably a 500 gallon, maybe 1,000 gallon tank at the most. So what you're talking about is at least, for a propane rail car would be at least, if it's 500, be 60 times bigger than that, or if it was 1,000, it'd be 30 times bigger than what that little tank was. And if you watch the detonation of that tank and the kaboom it makes, you can just imagine what 30 to 60 times bigger would entail, So anyways, but here's my question. Now we're in the stage where we're having individuals come and try to sort out what happened and why it happened and what's going to happen with the disaster that we have now. And have you said anything about the plane crash yet, Your Honor?
What plane crash?
apparently there was a plane coming from Arkansas to Ohio that was bringing 5 environmental people, and it went down, and all 5 of them were fatalities. And I don't know how many others were on the plane, but the five individuals coming to Ohio from Arkansas were fatalities in the plane crash. So I guess there might be a little conspiracy theory going on here when all this starts coming out, that, you know, were they supposed to get there or not get there, and what would they have found if they did, and all that. But, you know, condolences to their families and everything. You know, it's a terrible loss, but yeah, maybe we can find out a little bit more about that. But I don't know what the cause of the plane issue was. But anyways, and I can't believe, you know, we got this 5'7" guy out there, you know, got his sauce running there, and he talks about a lot of things there, but, you know, he's not said anything about that Murtaugh trial that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my wife and her sister are all into this, and there's a whole big thing on Netflix, and they're watching the trial and eating popcorn, and I mean, they're sitting right on the edge of the sofa there. I mean, pins and needles watching all this trial stuff go on. I can't believe our 5'7" friend ain't mentioned one word about that Murtaugh trial, because isn't that right down there in his backyard down there in South Carolina somewhere?
That's
I'm thinking it's
correct.
down that way.
Yeah.
So anyways, maybe you know, we can get maybe take a day off from hauling chips or something and go be like a live on the scene reporter or something for us there, and get us the scoop on what's going on there. But anyways, it sounds like the guy's a perpetual liar, and he's even admitted it on the witness stand. He was on the stand for himself there trying to defend himself, and he admitted he was a liar, that he did admit that he stole people's money, and that's how he got a lot of his money. But kind of interesting. And one other thing my wife mentioned to me there, I guess there's a college that's down that way somewhere. I don't know if it's in South Carolina or exactly where, down there in the South somewhere. But apparently the person that was the proprietor, or the person they named the college after, apparently was a slave owner. So the university has now decided that they're taking the statue of that person off campus, because they don't want to have a statue of a slave owner on their campus, and they're going to rename some of the buildings. But apparently the heirs to that individual have a little problem with that, and they're now going to sue the university for billions, and that's with a B as in Bob.
Wow.
Billions of dollars to get their money back that they don't think the university deserves, because of what they decided to do to take the name down and take the statue away and all that. So they want the heirs want their money back, Your Honor. They're repossessing the university. So maybe you might be able to check and figure out what university that is too. So anyways, a little homework on a Friday morning there.
I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks. Get my weekend started right.
Yep. So you got the university, and you got the airplane crash there to look into for us. And I bet you don't even have to do too much, because I bet you got emails coming in already there. So,
I've actually got the plane crash before me as we speak. There you go. All right, thank you, Horse Feathers. All right, it was a small plane. I think that was actually on our news last night, wasn't it? Yeah, they were actually headed. They were headed to Ohio, but they were headed to the factory explosion. They're in Bedford, Ohio. According to the EPA, the same company, CTEH, had been working on in East Palestine after the train derailment. Yeah, the 5 victims, all employees at CTEH, which that's a consulting firm that provides response services, environmental data collection, GIS, safety, incident management, toxicology, and human health consulting for both public and private sectors. Again, headed to Ohio for that factory explosion earlier this week. The company referred to all the men as valuable members of the team and the CTEH family. Okay. According to the senior vice president of CTEH, he says, we're incredibly saddened to report the loss of our Little Rock colleagues. Everyone, please keep the families of those lost and the entire CTEH team in their thoughts and prayers. There you go. So, all right, it is 844-844-3388 on a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Oh, boy, on a kind of a disturbing note, our old buddy Philly Dan can attest to, because he actually delivers on the streets of Kensington from time to time there in Philadelphia. I guess there's some new drug known as Trank or Trank dope that has hit the streets of Philadelphia, and it's making its way to California. According to the U.S. Sun, an exclusive which says public health officials are disturbed by the spread and the horrific wounds it causes on the user. Trank is a common term for xylazine, which is actually an animal tranquilizer drug that is now apparently most commonly cut with heroin or fentanyl. Xylazine is approved by the Food and Drug Administration as an animal tranquilizer used by vets. It is not safe for humans. Trank users find raw wounds erupting on their skin at the injection site, rotting the surrounding skin, sometimes leading to amputation. The wounds turn into a crust of dead tissue, which, if untreated, will cause the loss of limb. Some former addicts have spoken about seeing people continue to inject the drug into their stumps. Lost their arm at the elbow, and they're going to... That's unimaginable. Xylazine killed nearly 107,000 people in 2021. The U.S. Sun spoke to the National Institute on Drug Abuse about the danger, the additional danger, in relation to Narcan, the most commonly used life-saving drug to reverse the effect of an overdose They say there is no existing medication to reverse a xylazine overdose. Philadelphia's mayoral candidate, David O., says we have a bad epidemic in Philadelphia, especially Kensington. It's become the destination for the drug addicts and the drug dealers. But even the fact that the lack of a medication to reverse an overdose, that's not going to sway the addicts, he says. In fact, which, can you imagine this? He said, when addicts hear that someone died, they will seek out that drug. He said, deadly drugs sell the best. When addicts get high, they're in heaven, and when they're not, they're very unhappy. Then they finally inject again, and it's Shangri-La. It's heaven. They awake to a miserable life in a miserable world. So Narcan and saving a life is not what they're actually looking for. To die in heaven will make them happy. They're living for the high. If they hear about a person who's died, that's it. They're going for it. Believe it or not, death is a big seller, he said. It's a moneymaker. Wow. Repeated use of xylazine can also cause painful skin ulcers and abscesses, potentially as a result of reduced skin oxygenation and constriction of the blood vessels. It's just one component of the current overdose epidemic around the country. And as we've said for some time now, fentanyl has become the leading cause of death for adults between the ages of 18 and 45. That's according to the actual Centers for Disease Control. But wow, dude died. Where'd he get it? Where'd he get it? I want some. I just cannot fathom. All right, John the Green Giant, happy Friday. What's happening out there?
Good morning, Steve. I was just thinking, that I'm sure that there is a driver that's sniffing that airplane glue, But I was also thinking that I could think of another thing. You're talking about that the reason they're either down and depressed and versus being high. I would rather be on, the Holy Spirit high,
Right.
It's a lot safer, But also I want to let you know that Jolly Green and Chuck Mayak have been doing our own investigation into this train crash, and our conclusion is we found that Captain Ron and Gilligan were at the steering wheel of the train, and they crashed it. Just like they sunk the USS Minnow. Yep, that's what it wasn't a brake problem, Steve. No, it was definitely Gilligan and Captain Ron. Also, on a serious note, did anybody actually talk about all the animals, farm animals, in East Palestine, that these animals eventually are going to have to be put down because they cannot be used for food consumption because they're poisoned, they're drinking the water in that area, and they're eating hay that's contaminated. So I would imagine that the railroad is probably going to end up, I would say, probably over $1 billion eventually after it's all said and done.
Mm-hmm.
Now, another thing, too, if you remember a few years back, there was a movie on this in the southern border in the ocean. I don't know if it was out in the Texan and off the coast of Texas or not, but there is a oil platform that exploded, causing a major disaster owned by, BP. And it was Event Horizon was the name of the platform.
Mm-hmm.
So, this stuff happens all the time, these kind of disasters. And I praise the government because they need to stand there and hold these companies accountable for the environmental damage that they're doing. And like Pappy was saying, I'm willing to bet you that they're going to have to relocate everybody in that town. So it's going to cost a lot of money before it's said and done, on a serious note.
Yeah, I mean, if it cost them $1 billion, I mean, the numbers I saw, I believe that they made like $12 billion last year. So I mean, they could afford that.
Right. Okay. Also, this message is for Philip down in Florida. I got to warn you, sir. Sex Maniac and his family are going to Disney World in April. Yes, sir. It is going to they're definitely going to explore Disney World. Now, I told Sex Maniac that he needs to go to Magic Kingdom and needs to find Philip. And I told him he's going to be driving that monorail, you know. So Sex Maniac's going to be looking for Philip there here in April. Just want to give him heads up. Sex Maniac is going to Disney World for the first time. Yes, sir. Well, that's all I got, the bull I got for tonight. I just want to say have a good weekend there, Steve, and I will be talking to you next week.
All right.
Care,
Thank you much. Have a good weekend. And thanks for the forewarning. I'm sure Philip would appreciate that. All right. Yeah, I've got some of the numbers here. I mean, just in the fourth quarter of last year, it looks like income from railway operations was like $4.8 billion. All right. We'll get back at it as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Rolling into a Friday at 844-844-3388.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. Winter storms sowed more chaos across the U.S. on Thursday, shutting down much of Oregon's largest city with almost a foot of snow and paralyzing travel from parts of the Pacific coast all the way to the northern plains. The nearly 11 inches that fell in Portland amounted to the second snowiest day in the city's history. It took drivers by surprise, stalling traffic during the Wednesday evening rush hour and trapping motorists on freeways for hours. Some spent the night in their vehicles or abandoned them altogether as crews struggled to clear the roads. The weather also knocked out power to almost 1 million homes and businesses in multiple states, closed schools, and grounded or delayed thousands of flights. The system even brought snow to usually balmy Southern California. Russia launched a rescue ship today for 2 cosmonauts and a NASA astronaut whose original ride home sprang a dangerous leak while parked at the International Space Station. The new empty Soyuz capsule should arrive at the orbiting lab on Sunday. The capsule leak in December was blamed on a micrometeorite that punctured an external radiator, draining it of coolant. The same thing appeared to happen again earlier this month, this time on a docked Russian cargo ship. Camera views showed a small hole in each spacecraft. At Alex Murdaugh's double murder trial, he was grilled over his claims about his drug addiction.
He was on the stand yesterday in his double murder trial. Murdaugh said his addiction to painkillers is what led him to steal money from his law firm, but the prosecution wasn't buying.
But you would at least concede that the money you were stealing was going to support your ever-expanding wealthy lifestyle.
Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
The prosecution pointed out Murdaugh made millions in fees. Murdaugh says he didn't kill his wife and son in 2021, but his drug addiction caused him to lie to police about his whereabouts the day of the murders. I'm Dave Collins.
This is USA.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A Los Angeles judge on Thursday sentenced Harvey Weinstein to 16 more years in prison after a jury convicted him of the rape and sexual assault of an Italian actor and model, furthering the fall of the one-time movie magnate who became a Me Too magnet. The prison term, along with the 23 years he received in 2020 for a similar conviction in New York, amounts to a likely life sentence for the 70-year-old. Weinstein, sitting in a wheelchair and wearing jail attire, directly appealed to Los Angeles Superior Court Judge Lisa B. Lent, saying, "I maintain that I am innocent. I never raped or sexually assaulted Jane Doe 1." The woman who Weinstein was convicted of raping sobbed in the courtroom as he spoke. A new survey says nearly half of us in the USA have less money in savings than we did a year ago.
The survey from Bankrate finds 39% have less and about 10% have no savings compared to a year ago. Bankrate's annual poll of about 1,000 people across the USA, done last month, also says more than a third have more credit debt than savings, and nearly 70% fear they won't be able to cover the rent and other living expenses for more than a month if they lose their primary income source. Bankrate blames the combination of high inflation and rising interest rates taking a double toll on us. I'm Richard Johnson.
Astronomers have discovered what appears to be massive galaxies dating back to within 600 years of the Big Bang, suggesting the early universe may have had a stellar fast track that produced these monsters. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty, just like that. There we go. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Oh yeah, lest I forget, greetings from the TNC Radio.Live studios in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. They said it was a very comfortable evening. Going back about 10 o'clock last evening, it was still 74 degrees in Houston. However, their remote studio in Michigan is still without power. In the grips of the ice storm, winds 40 miles an hour, wind chill of like 23. Tom says, all in all, I'll take the South this time of year. Coming up later this morning after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, first up, it's Highway Fever with Charlie Claiborne. Now, this week, we're going to talk with an enforcement officer with 18 years of experience. Pretty much, he's seen it all. Talked about the new potential FMCSA rule changes. And then we had a frank conversation about what to do and not do when you get pulled over. You might be able to drive off without much of an issue, or you can make the whole process a whole lot more difficult. Learn some of the simple steps to make the whole process safer and easier for everyone, even if you have a gun on board. Then catch an encore presentation of Mind Your Truckin' Business. Speaking of which, one of our hosts needs to take a few months off due to a family health issue. If you're interested in being a co-host, get a hold of Tom Kelly at TNC. That's info at tncradio.live. Okay. Then, of course, TNC Radio.Live picks up where the Overnight Drive leaves off. Have the morning briefing with the Truckers Safety Facebook group. Angie Baum will be sitting in for Tom today, along with Bill Waldrop. And, of course, there's yet another storm right on the heels of this horrific ice and snowstorm. More bad weather in the offing next week. All the details, tncradio.live. Well, sometimes they say third time's a charm. I think I predicted at the time when this guy filed, just becoming the latest in a string, number 3, that don't hold your breath, buddy. The third time, not a charm for the individual truck driver seeking an hours of service exemption from the FMCSA. The latest case, truck driver Wayne Moore Jr. asking for an exemption, citing his experience and safety record. This the third truck driver to make such a request in recent months. All have been denied. The FMCSA published the notice on Thursday, yesterday, the 23rd, that formally denies Moore's request. He was seeking exemption from the 10 consecutive hours off duty, the 14-hour driving window, the 30-minute break requirement, and the 70 hours in 8 days limit. The FMCSA says Moore failed to explain how he would maintain a level of safety equivalent to or greater than the level achieved without the exemption, although Mr. Moore stated he would be responsible for ensuring that he has adequate rest and he has an excellent driving record with no hours of service violations. Those requirements do not provide a basis for which the agency could conclude the proposed exemption would provide an equivalent level of safety. The previous cases, Leland Schmidt Jr., Ronnie Brown III, all asking for similar exemptions. Moore's application focused on his more than 25 years of experience and his safe driving record. He said he wanted the ability to split off-duty time into periods that are more conducive to proper rest and sleep without having to comply with the current regulations. So, all right, they did have a comment period on that. 79 comments were made on that request. It was pretty much mixed, 30 in support, 30 opposed. The rest didn't really have a position on the issue, but split down the middle, right? Yeah, with that, back to the phones we go here on a Friday morning. What do you say, Rambler? Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God. 2 nights in a row, man, I'm calling in. Wonderful, wonderful. Glad to be talking to you on this Friday Eve. I know you're looking forward to the weekend. You know, it's I know what the weather's like up there. I know you give the weather, but I kind of miss it. But you know, if you're living down here and you got a pool, it's getting about time to get that cover off and start getting that water treated.
Really?
So I know you're looking forward to doing that here pretty soon, about April, right?
Yeah, about Memorial Day.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I tell you what, wonderful old pool. You know, you talk about that drug. You know, the first time I ever seen anything mentioned, I remember watching, I forget what show it was, but, man, it ravaged Puerto Rico. I mean, it took Puerto Rico and just ravaged it. That's about that drug. And I knew it was just a matter of time before it would make its way to the United States. But, you know, they covered the guy's face. He was a maker of it and a user. And they showed people were just horrid. I mean, you would think they had diabetic ulcers, but it wasn't. It was just horrid, horrible looking, you know, sores and wounds. And they didn't care, man. They were just doing that drug like it's crazy. So, yeah, I mean, the best thing we could do is pray for them and pray that they'll get that Holy Ghost high Brother Jolly was talking about. Man, ain't nothing like the Holy Ghost high, brother. Nothing like it at all. But I got to ask you something. Besides a swear word, what is your favorite 4-letter word? I'm asking you.
Favorite 4-letter word.
Yeah, your favorite 4-letter word, not the word you're going to say when you smash your finger with the hammer, or you get the bejesus scared out of you. You know, sometimes that's the one's last word.
I mean, first thing that comes to mind, you could think maybe food or love. How about love?
Hey, that's wonderful.
That's what you were looking for, because it's not just a 4-letter word.
That's right, brother. And you know what? I'm glad you brought that up, because I was going to say free.
Free.
You know, free.
Okay.
Free. But this is going to tie in. Love is going to tie into what's going to be coming up next. Because I want to tell the people, Steve, about free. Now, everything comes with a price. It does. And I know you know this, but do first-time callers, do they realize that if they were to call this show, especially if they're listening to the 1400 KIXR, Utah, Provo, Utah's News, Talk, and Weather, especially those folks out there and the new listeners to the Steve Summers The Overnight Drive, if you're a first-time caller and you want to sample the Hot Shot Secret product, FREE, free, you get a voucher worth $60, I believe it is, Steve. If you call this show and have a conversation with Steve Summers, you've been listening long enough. You heard we're not going to hurt you. We're not going to make fun of you. You just call up, give your opinion, and try not to cuss, you know, and say them other four little words. But call up, get that voucher, get your free Hot Shot Secret, put it in your vehicle, and tell us what it's like. Now, that comes with labor, because Chris Kabelchik and the rest of his people have to do everything to make it, to give it to you for free. The other thing for free is LOVE, love. You know, Steve, when I think about free and I think about love, what you just said, I think about salvation. That was paid with a price. You know, it was paid with the price by a man who was forced to carry his own cross. And when he couldn't go no further, they compelled a man out of the crowd. They compelled him, Simon the Cyrenian, who had both his boys, Rufus and Alexander, looking on. And they compelled him, pulled him out the crowd, and he helped Jesus carry that cross the rest of the way. And 3 nails held him there, but God, sure, that ain't what held Jesus to the cross. Each nail, hope, faith, and love being the greatest. And that salvation, yes, free, but there was paid with a price. It was paid. So you can enjoy freedom, like Brother Jolly was talking about. Freedom of being free from addiction. Freedom of being free from stress and worry. Will you still stress and worry? We're human. We're going to do that. God knows it. But you have peace of mind knowing that if you choose God's salvation plan, his escape plan to escape a devil's red hell, it's free, but it was paid with a cost. A cost come along with it to be presented to you absolutely free. All you have to do, and you know, all you have to do is accept Christ Jesus into your heart. You know, Steve, if you tune in to the Turban Ministries Church this Sunday at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, we're going to preach about how you can obtain this salvation. We're going to give you the opportunity. We're going to say what God has to say on our heart, and we're going to pray with you afterwards. And it's absolutely free. Just go to your Facebook and you tune in, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, live. That's when we go live Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. And we have a prayer list, and I want to pinpoint out, there's one more person. We named a couple of people last night, but there's one more person. His son is battling a very aggressive form of bladder cancer. That's our beloved friend, Ricky Roadway, Ricky Tittle Jr., or Sr. His son, Kevin Tittle, had to have his bladder removed. And I'm just not just telling this business. It's public knowledge. They done told it on Facebook. But he's got a fight. I mean, he's got a battle in front of him. And, you know, we just need to pray for the Tittle family. And if you go to Ricky Tittle's page, Ricky Roadway's page, you'll see he does a lot of lives also, plays good old country music, the old stuff. You know, and I just hope he don't play no Webb Pierce. I have to turn him off because I'm like you. I don't like you. I don't like Webb Pierce, not one bit. Sure, he was a nice fellow, but I don't like his music. But God's children, when you tune into the Turban Ministries Church, we're going to have this salvation plan offered to you, absolutely free. But remember, like Hot Shot Secret, it cost to make it. This free salvation, it was paid with the price. And guess what? About a couple hours after we get done, there's another program that you can download a free app and tune into. Steve, could you tell us a little bit about this program?
Hey, well, you're listening right now. There you go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, sir.
That's right. So get done with us, make you a sandwich, drink you a hot cup of coffee, and tune in to hear Steve Summers as he broadcasts live from the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati, home of the Skyline Chili and the White Castle burgers. You can mix them together and they taste really good. Remember this, God's children. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do, and it is something you have to enact. You know, Jesus can love you, and he does. Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And y'all pray for me. And by the way, before I get off here, I do have to do a funeral in the morning. One of our members passed away, so I'm going to be doing that. But Omaha Steaks is a sponsor, and I never have had an Omaha steak, and they sponsor your show. But if I do eat a steak, do you know what I use? Steve, I use
5-7.
Come on,
5-7.
5-7 steak sauce, and come and visit us at Determined Ministries Church. God bless you, Steve. I love you, man.
Have a good weekend.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You got it. Seth, I got your email a few minutes ago. No, I hadn't heard a thing about it. That's pretty wild. He sends me some tweets. Yeah, coming out of, I guess, toward the West Virginia, Maryland area line. First was from the Eastern Panhandle Working Fires. Environmental Protection has requested anyone experiencing these issues to get a hold of law enforcement, have their local fire department respond. They're advised to shut doors and windows and avoid outdoors as a common sense approach until whatever this is can be identified. The first, a report was a small plane just flew over our house, like we're going back 7:40 p.m., dropping white powder, so much that we couldn't see the neighbor's house. It was like a snow squall or something. You could see the dust flying around and the beam of light. Then another tweet with an attached photograph from a meteorologist, Justin Burke, who says, "What's falling from the clear sky? I've just been informed from West Virginia to Carroll County, Maryland, there seems to be white ash falling and coating. One resident sent me a photograph of this stuff on his truck in Westminster. If you have any additional pictures or videos, please share them with us and let us know where you are. The West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection has been asking for this as well. We want to help figure this out with you." Now, this was a tweet from a little before 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. That is bizarre. Let's see what's happening with Pappy. What's up, Pappy?
Steve, that's not downwind by chance of the plume from East Palestine, is it?
I mean, that's been two weeks ago, though. I don't think so, because that was... I'm thinking way too much time's passed for that.
I don't know. I'm trying to picture this in my brain on the map. I wouldn't think that that's downwind. I would think that's farther south. But anywho, hey, last night, Steve, I wasn't questioning or trying to say they made the wrong decision there, right? That wasn't the point of the call. The point of the call was how they're responding to it, right? Mm-hmm. That was the whole point there. But Steve, let me lay something on you here, man. Doing a lot of thinking today. This last day off before I got to go back. Speaking of controlled burns, all the things the Biden administration has done from day one when he took office. As things progress, we asked ourselves right on the air here, man, are they doing this on purpose? are they trying to destroy this country? How many times have we said that on air?
Right.
Steve, I think this is a controlled burn to burn down this country. There's no coincidences. Too many things are happening. I want to talk about the border too, if we can, if it gets to break. But Steve, is our military really this ignorant, this incompetent, the way we pulled out of Afghanistan? Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, was that done on purpose? To make Biden look weak and to empower Putin to go into Ukraine?
Mm-hmm.
Is this all being done on purpose? Did the deep state want this war to happen? Henry Kissinger warned decades ago about NATO's encroachment moving east towards Russia. I don't know, Steve. This is what I'm leaning towards. That who benefits from this war? Sure as hell, they ain't the average citizens of Ukraine, right?
Right.
It ain't the average citizens of the United States. The money they're taking out of our pocket. So obviously, D.C. and the people in power lining their pockets here. And the, war machines, right? All your defense contract people. Well, I don't know, Steve. Getting a little worried here, man. But hey, man, I want to lay something to you on you about the border too.
Okay.
Kind of refresh your memory a little bit, but I want to lay something else on you, something to keep an eye out. Steve, I told you before, the UN is involved. This is a controlled burn too, Steve. This mass migration to the borders. It's all done by design. And the UN's part of it. Down at the Darien Gap, it's in between Colombia and Panama, right? Once these people coming from all over the world, Steve, and most of these people crossing are late teens, early 20 males, military-age men from all over the world, including China. And
the numbers coming from China are jumping exponentially. That's a fact. But I got to hold that thought. It's news break time.
USA News Update. The jury in South Carolina is in recess until today in the Alex Murdaugh double murder trial. Murdaugh was on the stand all day, telling jurors over and over again he did not kill his wife and son. Murdaugh admits he lied to officers about his whereabouts the night of he then admitted he stole money from his law firm to help pay for his addiction to opiates. The prosecutor grilled him over that claim, saying Murdaugh made millions in fees and really stole to support his lavish lifestyle. Murdaugh, a once prominent lawyer worth over $1 million, faces 30 years to life in prison without parole. A popular mortgage rate is moving higher. Freddie Mac says the 30-year fixed rate averaged 6.5% for the week that ended today. That's a jump from just over 6.3% the prior week. It also continues the year of rising interest rates. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. We left off there talking about the southern border. Yeah, the age, late teen, early 20s, males from all over the world.
Just keep that in mind, Steve. When you see the video, when the borders guards have all these illegals lined up, right? Just keep that in mind what I just said. When you look at who's standing in these massive lines, count the women, count the children, count the elderly, and then look at that age group I just told you about. And when I say majority, that's 51% maybe, Steve, 52, 60, I don't know, but the majority are that age group. Steve, this is a well-organized movement. Again, when you get to the Darien Gap, the United Nations is involved here helping these people. They're giving them money cards. maps, providing transportation, and what else are they getting, Steve? iPhones. They're handing out iPhones out like candy down there.
Mm-hmm.
What's on the iPhone now?
That's so they'll have a way to contact, wherever they end up in the country, they can contact their local immigrations and customs office to get their scheduled date. That's what we're told.
What's the real reason, though, Steve? What can they download on that iPhone? What did administration just do a few months ago? There's an app, Steve, on them iPhones they can download, right?
Mm-hmm.
All they got to do is go to this app and register on this app to seek political asylum in the United States. So what the Biden administration is doing, Steve, is they're going to do a smoke and mirrors here. The illegal crossings are going to go down, and Biden's going to take credit for it. It's because with this app, they no longer have to try to sneak in, Steve. They can go directly to any point of a border checkpoint and walk right in. They're going to be allowed to walk right in. They're probably going to have buses lined up waiting for them.
So they
Take
can
them wherever they want to go.
They can pre-register, so they don't have to wait 3 or 4 days and be detained when they get there.
And no more. They don't have to cross. They don't have to attempt to cross in illegally, except for the obvious cartel dope smugglers.
Right.
Most of the gotaways, right? So I'm just saying, keep an eye on the news. Keep an eye on what the little press secretary comes out and says about illegal border crossings have been going down. They haven't been going down, Steve. Let's send a camera crew to these main entries, points of entry here that are legal entry points. Put a camera crew there and see what that line starts to look like. That's about all, Steve. Man, I'm telling you, Steve, I honestly think that this has been in the works for quite some time about trying to take this country down. And we got China and Russia over there shaking hands now.
Mm-hmm.
What are they up to? Could you just imagine, Steve, if in the last 10 years China's been moving their troops closer and closer and closer to our borders? What if there was Chinese troops lined up at the Canada border, Mexican border? We wouldn't take too kindly to that, Steve. And again, I will say, Ukraine is not a NATO country. What vital national interest security threat, if that falls, is it to the United States? Nobody's convinced me. Somebody called, I think it was last night or the other night. Has there been anybody declaring war? Did Congress? Did Biden go to Congress? Steve, because we're involved over there. So, I don't know. Been hearing a lot of talk about the food problem, Steve. We've been talking about that for many months. What happened when we sanctioned Russia with all these things, Steve? We lost 90% of the fertilizer came from Russia. And now our farmers here and across the world don't have any fertilizer. And they've been talking about this, and they said, you just wait, 2023, 2024, what's going to happen to these crops?
The crops are going to be the yields are going to be a whole lot lower, and that for those who can get their hands on the fertilizer, they're going to be paying exponentially more, and that's part and parcel of the food inflation we're already dealing with.
Steve, when 75-80% of your paycheck goes to food and trying to stay warm, we're going to have a big problem. We'll just see what happens here.
On a casual Friday, pray. Right? Casual Friday. Uh-oh.
Let's just pray. See, the American people are waking up, though. That's the thing. That's the reason I'm talking about this. That's the reason people listen to your show, right? Listen to this show. Like Eagle said, we got the ability to call in here and just vet. And what other radio show, what other host lets their callers call in and speak as long as you do, Steve? I know it's a 5-hour show, but you name me one, man. Not one. Rush Limbaugh, he never let anybody talk this long.
Right.
Hannity, nope. Even Bongino, his radio show, unfortunately, I never get to listen to it. He's got a radio show from noon to 3. I'm sleeping. You don't let people talk this long. Don't let you get a couple sentences and boop, hit the dump button. They take over. So yeah, man. All right, my man.
Thank you so much, Pappy. Back to work, right? Your countdown clock is ticking. Going back to Jolly Green's statement earlier about what it's going to cost Norfolk Southern when it's all said and done. I pulled up some of the numbers. They're obviously facing criticism about the amount of financial support that they've given to East Palestine. As locals seek answers, is the air safe to breathe? They announced a $1 million fund for the affected community. They've also distributed more than $1.7 million in direct financial support to more than 1,000 residents and a number of businesses, and made a $25,000 donation to the Red Cross. Of course, Governor DeWine says that's not sufficient. Some observers pointing out that Norfolk Southern's value, which was $53 billion as of last Friday, far eclipses donations the company's made since the disaster. Even CNN noted the disparity between Norfolk Southern's $1.3 billion quarterly income and the $1 million the company set aside for local families. Now, the company said the $1 million community fund will supplement other efforts to support residents, businesses, first responders, which they spent $220,000 on air packs for the East Palestine Fire Department. More than 100 air purifiers for local residents' homes. We're paying to monitor air quality at local schools. Norfolk Southern spent $4.23 billion on stock buybacks last year. They set a new $15 billion share repurchase program in August of last year with no expiration. The company said they spent $4.23 billion on share repurchases in the year 22. So that $1 million earmarked for the community fund represents 0.02% of the money Norfolk Southern spent on share repurchases. 0.02%. Companies buy back their own shares as a way to decrease the number of shares in circulation, which can in turn boost the earnings per share and elevate the share price. This ultimately benefits the executives and the shareholders. All right, stock buybacks enable corporations to funnel tax-advantaged payouts to wealthy and foreign investors. instead of paying dividends to shareholders required to pay taxes on. Yes, there are some critics out there, but I guess they're trying to say, well, this is just a down payment on our commitment to help. In addition to establishing the community fund, Norfolk Southern's giving cash payments to residents to cover expenses they incurred when they had to evacuate their homes. But there was, as we mentioned last night, one of the local attorneys raising concerns about the $1,000 checks that they'd been handing out could possibly limit future payments. But a spokesman for the railroad said, no, that's not the case. But there you go. 5-7, round two. What you got? An update?
Yeah, on the Murdaugh deal. He's great. He's a neighbor. We logged his property over there in Moselle when there, 10 years that I was doing, running solar, and in my employer, he's very interested in it. I mean, he's got his nose in it. The secretary constantly has the TV, the trial on. I did notice I was going through the channel. When I get home, my TV's either on American Pickers, Counting Cars, or the old movie channels. So that's it for me. Renegade come up, made mention, said, "What's going on down there?" And I said, "What do you mean?" So you live in a place called Low Country. I said, "Yeah, Barnwell's a gateway to the Low Country." And he started talking about this. Well, I noticed that channel, Murdaugh trial in the satellite. I'm going right past it. I ain't going to bring it up. I talked to the yard man after, Renegade talked to me. I didn't know anything about it. He told me about it. I talked to the yard man and said, "Have you been following the Murdaugh trial?" And he looked at me and he goes, "What? Who?" So I can't believe it's a worldwide or nationwide issue, but we're not paying no attention to it. But my supervisor was trying to tell me. I said, "Why are you into that?" He says, you're getting addicted to it. And he did make mention that he thought it was cool. The prosecutor was standing there, and I guess the defense lawyer had the weapon in his hand and pointed it at the prosecutor. So he's saying, well, they're all on TV right now, and they're all becoming Hollywoods, which is a shame. The man's looking at spending the rest of his life on death row, because I haven't heard South Carolina execute anybody yet because you can't buy the drugs to put them down. I guess they were going to do the firing squad, and they can't do that. I guess you had the opportunity for hanging, and of course you can't do that. So I don't know. So it looks like they're out there screwing around on TV while he's facing, 1 hour a day of getting out and walking, and the rest of the time being solitary confinement on death row. So, other than that, I can't tell you anything more than that. Just us people around here, I guess you're just letting the rich folk beat it out, beat each other out. I guess the people that are most interested are the people that he cheated. And other than that, Horse Feathers, I asked my wife if she's into a lot of this stuff, court TV and stuff. I said, "Have you heard it?" Nope. So we're not paying any attention to it down here. So that's the Murdaugh, that's
right.
What it looks like on the ground down here. And other than that, that's all I called about. Just tried to, since Horse Feathers was asking about it, and it's just like you guys in that your trial down there, where they were killing those people and stuff like that. It just I guess it was, you guys were glued to it, or it was just there in the news. The only thing I've seen on the news, and this is the final thing, is last night he was on there talking about his testimony, or talking about denying this, denying that. that's when I just got up and went and got my cup of coffee. So, I'm not interested in what the guy says. I mean, if he's innocent, pray God that he gets off. If it don't look like it, I guess his maid lied for him and said, yeah, he was in the house when he wasn't. And one of my supervisors said that his maid pretty well nailed his butt to the wall on that one. So, other than that, that's all. And I'm going to be waiting for that notification come Monday morning. And can't believe it's Friday already. And we're going to be waiting for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There you go. All right, 5-7. Steak sauce, a.k.a. All right, 9 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Someone else had questioned last evening, why do we have all these horrible chemicals moving on the rail lines around the country? Well, these chemicals are used in the manufacture of various products, things we use every day. So the answer to the question, vinyl chloride, we'll start there. Vinyl chloride is used to make hard plastic resin. It's found in many consumer products, from credit cards to furniture to plastic PVC piping. All these things you have to have it to make. Inhaling vinyl chloride could lead to life-threatening respiratory issues. When it breaks down in the air or burns, it can lead to the creation of hydrogen chloride, which is a respiratory irritant, and phosgene, which that's the one we've been highlighting that was used as a deadly poison gas in World War I. It's also carcinogenic. Vinyl chloride exposure is associated with an increased risk of a rare form of liver cancer, as well as primary liver cancer, brain and lung cancers, lymphoma, and leukemia. In addition to outdoor air contamination, if vinyl chloride contaminates a water supply, it can enter household air if that water is used for showering, cooking, or laundry. Nearly 1 million pounds of vinyl chloride were on this train. Of course, the EPA confirmed it's entered the Ohio River Basin, home to 25 million people. I mean, this doctor said this is one of the deadliest potential environmental emergencies in decades. and no one seems to be talking about it. Other toxic chemicals on the derailed train cars included butyl acrylate, flammable liquid, dangerous if swallowed, can irritate the respiratory system, skin, and eyes. Poses a serious health hazard, can lead or cause breathing difficulties. Ethylene glycol monobutyl ether, used in paint strippers and household cleaners, can cause serious or irreversible chronic health effects. Liver toxicity, damage to the eyes, skin, kidneys, and blood. Ethyl hexyl acrylate, this potential carcinogen used to make plastics and protective coatings. Inhalation can lead to convulsions, shortness of breath, and a buildup of fluid in the lungs. Isobutylene. This gas is used to make rubber for tires and inner tubes. It can cause dizziness and unconsciousness if inhaled, along with skin and eye irritation. See that you've got the laundry list of things that we use to manufacture all these various products. If the chemicals aren't moving, you're not making your tires, right? The last on the list was benzene. This carcinogen also causes genetic mutations. Exposure can lead to coma, irregular heartbeat, and damage to blood cells. Now, while the train wasn't carrying benzene when it derailed, residues existed because 2 empty cars had previously carried that toxic chemical. So very interesting stuff. But our number, 844-844-3388. Got our final hour coming up here. What else in the mix? Well, coming up, we got a couple of other industry headlines. Sam Bankman-Fried, there's name ring a bell? It's been a few weeks since he's been in the headlines. But yeah, the disgraced FTX founder has been charged with several new criminal counts. And what are they? We'll tell you coming up here.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. A judge's ruling in Texas could halt access to an abortion pill across the U.S. A group of anti-abortion doctors is asking a district court judge in Amarillo to vacate the FDA approval of the abortion pill mifepristone. The group claims the drug was improperly approved by the FDA back in 2000. Judge Matthew Kosmark could rule as early as today on the lawsuit. His ruling could temporarily halt access to mifepristone across the U.S., even in states where abortion is illegal. A federal judge in Washington, D.C. ruled on Thursday that former President Donald Trump can be deposed as part of lawsuits filed by 2 former FBI officials who were fired after Trump was elected in 2016. U.S. District Court Judge Amy Berman Jackson said attorneys for former FBI agents Peter Strzok and former FBI attorney Lisa Page could question Trump about limited topics. Trump publicly criticized Strzok and Page for years after the release of text messages between the two in which they disparaged Trump and said they were worried he'd be elected president. Strzok is suing to be reinstated and for back pay, while Page's suit argues the release of the text violated federal privacy laws. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he and Joe Biden will be discussing an influx of immigration into Canada when the president visits Ottawa next month.
Since Roxham Road is not an official land port of entry, refugees are able to cross over and then claim asylum within Canada. Trudeau said this week closing the loophole will only lead to people crossing elsewhere, and USA Ambassador to Canada David Cohen shared that sentiment.
It is a mistake to think that you can solve this problem by treating only symptoms.
Cohen would not say if the USA is in active talks to change the deal. In Washington, I'm Victoria Idoni.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
The Washington Commanders could have a new high-profile owner closing in on purchasing the franchise. The Washington Post is reporting that Amazon founder Jeff Bezos has hired an investment firm to examine the possibility of a bid to purchase the Commanders. Bezos hired the firm of Allen & Company, the same company that helped navigate the recent sale of both the Denver Broncos and the Carolina Panthers. The billionaire has not submitted a bid for the Commanders. Multiple sources have confirmed that they expect a full sale of the franchise that is currently owned by Daniel Snyder. The Atlanta Hawks are closing in on their next head coach. The Athletic is reporting that the team has begun formal discussions with former Utah Jazz head coach Quinn Snyder about the vacant position. Atlanta is attempting to hire Snyder swiftly during the current season. The Hawks fired former coach Nate McMillan earlier this week after a 29-30 start to the season. The Hawks' list of growing candidates is also rumored to include Bucks assistant Charles Lee, Kings assistant Jordy Fernandez, Warriors assistant Kenny Atkinson, Spurs assistant Mitch Johnson, and G League South Bay's Miles Simon. The top team in hockey is making a move before the trade deadline. According to TSN, the Boston Bruins are acquiring defensive men Dmitry Orlov and forward Garnett Hathaway from the Washington Capitals. In return, Boston will be sending forward Craig Smith, a first-round pick in 2023, a second-rounder in 2025, and a third-round pick in 2024 to Washington. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour. Here we go. Well, lo and behold, the FTX founder and Democrat mega donor, Sam Bankman-Fried, charged with several new criminal counts, including illegally making over 300 political contributions totaling tens of millions of dollars. Yeah, this guy made a reputation, coming second only to George Soros when padding Democrats' pockets last year. And now faces 12 criminal charges, including 4 for fraud and 8 for conspiracy. According to Reuters News, the indictment unsealed Thursday in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York. Bankman-Fried and his co-conspirators made over 300 political contributions totaling tens of millions of dollars that were unlawful because they were made in the name of a straw donor or paid for with corporate funds, i.e. unsuspecting clients' money. In dozens of instances, Bankman-Fried used straw donors, allowing him to evade contribution limits on individual donations to candidates to whom he had already donated. As a result of the fraudulent conduct, Bankman-Fried and his co-conspirators caused false information to be reported by campaigns and PACs to the Federal Election Commission, which had the result of impairing and impeding the Election Commission's reporting and enforcement functions. The documents accuse him of making unlawful political contributions to acquire influence and improve his personal standing in Washington, D.C., increase FTX's profile, curry favor with candidates that could help pass legislation favorable to FTX or Bankman-Fried's personal agenda, including legislation concerning regulatory oversight of FTX and the industry as a whole. Now, they had previously reported back in August, Fortune magazine, as a trading wonderkind whose ambition knows no limits, donated $10 million to then-candidate Joe Biden in 2020. Yeah, the crypto hustler, as they're calling him now, accused of illegal political donations, reportedly also hired a network of political operatives to spend at least $39, almost $40 million in an effort to help Democrats win their House races last November in the midterms. Prior to their collapse, his company funneled $27 million through the leftist PAC known as Protect Our Future, accounting for nearly 95% of the funds raised by that PAC. According to the Wall Street Journal, Chuck Schumer benefited from the Senate Majority PAC, Nancy Pelosi from the House Majority PAC, to both of which Bankman-Fried and his co-conspirators donated millions of dollars. Kirsten Hildebrand of New York, Cory Booker of New Jersey were recipients of maximum donations. The former failed Democrat Beto O'Rourke secured $1 million from the FTX founder last year. The lengthy list of Democrat recipients goes on and has been posted by Open Secrets. Bankman-Fried told Jacob Goldstein of What's Your Problem that he planned to possibly donate north of $100 million and up to $1 billion to Democrats for the 2024 presidential election. Well, that was his plan. Guess it won't happen now. The plot actually thickens. The indictment further claims Bankman-Fried recorded the outgoing wire transfers from Alameda to individual bank accounts for purposes of making contributions as Alameda loans or expenses. Unlike other loans that were made to FTX executives, these outgoing wire payments were not documented in agreements or on term sheets. There were no set interest rates, no interest payments, no collateral, and no evidence of repayment. The transfers in question in the months leading up to the midterm elections were not recorded on internal Alameda tracking spreadsheets. Instead, all internal spreadsheets noted over $100 million in political contributions, even though the Federal Election Commission's records reflect no political contributions by Alameda for the midterm elections to candidates or any of those PACs. According to NBC News, prosecutors appear to have gained access to records of Bankman-Fried's encrypted chat messages on Signal concerning his and his co-conspirators' political spending. When they began to collapse, Bankman-Fried and his co-conspirators began to worry about the maybe $80 million of donations and whatnot that went through the bank account. And they're in my name. One of his co-conspirators allegedly proposed a backdated transaction to undo any sort of debt he might owe as a result of wire transfers being recorded on Alameda's ledgers as loans, yet looking to conceal the campaign finance scheme. This is a lot bigger than anyone thought. And we knew he was looking to ultimately maybe pass $1 billion to try and buy the Democrats back into the White House in 24. Good stuff. All right, back to the calls here. Horse Feathers, yes, sir.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. I appreciate the steak sauce there, 57 calling in there and giving his information. But for the people that didn't know that this lawyer allegedly killed his wife and son, and there was a housekeeper that had met her death at, I believe, at their residence. I'm not sure exactly. I've just been catching pretty much probably not much more than what he's got there, but that's what I've kind of got out of it. So yeah, it's kind of just one of them interesting things. And as I say, the wife and her sister there, they've been glued to all the reports about it there, and they're strategizing and all that. And I told them, I told my wife, I said, I would be thrown off any jury right to begin with at any point, because what I feel about people. If you probably didn't see the TV show House, because that was during your sleeping time, one of them things there. But anyways, that Hugh Laurie that played House there, he had a say in there that when a patient came in and he asked him a question about what was happening and what was going on, the patient wouldn't tell him the truth because everybody lies. And that would be my statement that when the judge asked me, would you be able to do it? And I say, no, probably not, because I just think everybody lies for the most part. So I think they wouldn't really like me, because I just think everybody's lying to me when they're on the stand. But anyways, hey, you mentioned Carroll County, Maryland, and West Virginia. And Carroll County, Maryland is nowhere near Virginia, and it's actually northwest of Baltimore. It's mostly north, just barely a little bit northwest. And Westminster, Maryland is on the east side of Carroll County, which is really almost due north of the western side of Baltimore City itself. So if something was going on from West Virginia, it covered at least half of Maryland to get to Carroll County.
Okay.
So I don't know what all you got going there, but yeah, there's only one county between me and Carroll County, Baltimore County, which is pretty much starting the real eastern side of the state is the only county between me and them. So anyways, I don't know. That's what we thought we'd touch back in on there for you. And one other question we got here real quick. Do you know anything about that Cuyahoga River up there in the Cleveland area? I saw something about that they had so much chemicals in that in the 50s and 60s. That river actually caught on fire. I didn't know if you knew anything about that.
I think I believe that's a true story.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. They were dumping so many chemicals in the river that it actually had fires more than a half dozen times in that Cuyahoga River up there outside Cleveland. There was so much pollutants being dumped in it, headed up to Lake or whatever. I guess that'd be Lake Erie up there. I guess it'd be going into. But anyways, so anyways, there's something else to look at. But the environmental disasters that have gone on in the past, So anyways, we'll let you go with that, and we'll be sitting back and looking forward to Monday morning there. How about it?
All right. Sound like a plan. Have a good weekend there, Horse Feathers. 1969, June 22nd. An oil slick caught fire on the Cuyahoga River just southeast of downtown Cleveland. Yeah, that's the image that the river caught fire, which motivated change to protect the environment. Yeah, 1969. So I don't recall that. 5 years old at the time, but all right. It is 844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science. It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, I see the California Highway Patrol issuing hundreds of citations during a commercial vehicle traffic blitz. Took place February the 15th in the Inland Empire and the Glendale areas. According to the Highway Patrol, 373 commercial vehicle citations were issued, mostly for mechanical and movement violations. 45 verbal warnings issued. Troopers placed 10 drivers and 21 trucks out of service for various violations during this one-day effort. Highway Patrol asks truckers, inspect your commercial vehicle for any possible safety issues and ensured you drive the properly designated lane and properly designated speed limit. All right, so last week, looks like, or this week, I should say, Travel Centers of America announcing the opening of a new proprietary restaurant brand at a Petro in Ohio. Looks like on the 22nd, they held the formal ribbon-cutting ceremony for the full-service restaurant Fork and Compass, located at the Petro Shopping Center in Perrysburg, Ohio. Now, they actually opened for business prior to the ceremony back in January. The Fork and Compass concept is intended to serve as a reimagined experience for drivers, motorists, and even local residents, says TA. The restaurant will be open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week, featuring appetizers and unique options, including a mac and cheese bar, healthy food offerings recommended by Cleveland Clinic. Menu items include breakfast omelets, power protein wraps, salads, burgers, seafood entrees, and desserts. Yeah, this Fork and Compass concept designed to be a destination for community members with a relaxing environment and various seating options. There are booths, there's counter seats, a large community table for family and friends to gather, or a more intimate setting for two near the fireplace. There you go. I guess that's one of what's probably going to be many more. And back to the phones we go, and who we got on board here? Is Miss Red?
Yes, hi, Steve. Regarding those ashes in West Virginia in the sky, I didn't know if anyone heard of a big fire in Tennessee. My husband saw something last night. I think it was on a ticker tape from Newsmax or Fox about a uranium plant or a uranium storage unit.
Yeah, that was. We did touch on that earlier. There was no radiation leak. I don't know how large the fire was. I don't think there'd be any ash fallout that far away from that.
Oh, okay. I thought the way the weather system was going, maybe it would go into West Virginia. Yeah. Anyhow, we've been listening to you guys for years, and if you and your regular callers were running the country, we'd be a lot better off.
Well, that's very nice of you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, you take care. Good night.
All right, well, let's see. I didn't get her phone number. So I guess I could have got her a first-time caller code, right? Whoops. Steve, you're bad. Okay, let's see if Eagle's hanging in there. Or are we still with it, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here, brother. I told you I'm at my house, so I'm not having a hard time staying awake tonight. Got my girlfriend here with me, so she keeping me awake. But, yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about a couple other things. First of all, I always forget about Pappy when I'm talking about the police and when I mention your son. That's another guy. Like, people like, I wish we had more officers like Pappy, man. That guy, he calls into your show, every night, and he's got good things to say, constructive things to say, about what's happening. I like what this guy says. I know I've been listening to him. He congratulated me a couple of times through the years. And I just want to tell Pappy, man, do your job, brother, and keep doing it the right way like you're doing, man. And hopefully other officers can take an example from you. Now, Steve, I wanted to talk about the train disasters and stuff. Okay. I want to talk about there's videos you can go on YouTube, Steve, TikTok and all these social media deals, and you can see people running train tracks. I'm talking about with 18-wheelers. As far as I'm concerned, Steve, if you get caught running a train track with an 18-wheeler, especially if you got a hazmat load in your back of your trailer, that should be automatic termination. Because if that truck gets stopped on them tracks, you got a bad problem going on. How many times I don't know how many times I've seen trucks go across the tracks when the right before the train is coming and just barely get missed by the train. And cars do the same thing. It's just a disaster waiting to happen. A lot of people don't realize, like you were saying earlier, you were listing all the dangerous chemicals that are on these trains, Steve. And, it's, it can happen anywhere in the United States. It don't just have to be Ohio. Any state, there's trains are running in all states. And no telling what's on these trains that could be, that could come out of those cars if an accident occurs. I don't know, maybe you could check up on this after I hang up with you, Steve. I understand I can't remember what state it was. I seen it earlier today. Somebody said that there was somebody had put some explosives on a train track somewhere here in America. I don't know. Somebody was trying to cause a disaster. I don't know. I got to look up on my phone and see what state it was in again. But I read something about somebody was trying to sabotage some train tracks. So now you got to worry about that going on, Steve. These copycat deals around America. You never know who this loser might want to get on the news and do something crazy and cause a problem. And one other thing I wanted to talk to you about, Steve, is the money aspect of this deal. This train companies are trying to shortchange these people, Steve. These train companies are worth a lot of money, and they don't even want to pay these people's. They don't even want to pay these people's hotel bill. The Norfolk Southern, they should be paying for everybody's hotel bill that live in that city. Anybody that doesn't feel safe in their home, the Norfolk Southern should be footing the bill for these people to stay in a hotel room. These people got millions of dollars, it may be billions of dollars, and they trying to shortchange these people. Like I told you in my first phone call, with a lousy $1,000. And I think one guy calling earlier saying that he was in a train disaster. They only gave him $6,000. That's a joke. That's not nothing to these companies, Steve. It really pisses me off that these big corporations like the train are trying to shortchange these people. These people are changing the course of history for these families. For decades, if this chemical gets into these people, it could cause cancer in 2, 3, 4 generations of people. And they try to shortchange somebody with a lousy $1,000 or $5,000. Like I said, I told you last week, Steve, if I lived in Palestine, Ohio, I would be hiring me a lawyer right now, and I would be trying to sue that train company for every dime I could get from them if they cause me any kind of health problems now or in the future. And like I told you the other day, Steve, they know what they can do with their $1,000. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Let's thank you very much, Eagle. News break just ahead. I just pulled the latest numbers up. Phil said that there's still thousands without power in Michigan. Yeah, it's trying 720,000 plus. Yeah, still without power there in Michigan on a cold, cold night. And as our next California storm comes in, the numbers are climbing there. They're over 60,000 at this hour, and that's going to go up a bunch more through the upcoming day. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A suspect has been arrested in connection with the murder of a Los Angeles area archbishop. L.A. County Sheriff Robert Luna announced that 65-year-old Carlos Medina was taken into custody Monday morning after surrendering to police outside his residence in Torrance, about 20 miles north of Los Angeles. Archbishop David O'Connell was found shot to death in the bedroom of his home in the L.A. suburb of Hacienda Heights. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is asking Tesla for information after a driver in one of the company's cars was killed over the weekend. This is now in addition to dozens of special crash investigations NHTSA has already opened into Tesla vehicles where autopilot was suspected of being used. While it hasn't been confirmed yet that the Model S involved in the crash in Walnut Creek, California, was using the self-driving feature, that particular vehicle is currently under recall for issues with the system. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What do you say there, Truck and Phil? Good morning. Happy Friday. Coffee up? Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Made it to the end of another week. A week full of weather and everyday living conditions and beyond. Have a great weekend, everybody. We're ready to do it again. Depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back again. Oh, only 304 days till Christmas. We get to start that now? There's Steve in Columbus. Last day of the week is here. Could not have come soon enough. I'm disappointed that those lottery numbers haven't hit yet.
But hopefully one day we can say otherwise. Yes, the coffee's hot. I guess it's time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Everyone enjoy. Have a good weekend. Thank you much. Steve, good to have you with us here on a Friday morning. Well, what do you say, Captain Ron? One day closer to Monday.
One day closer to Monday. Well, Horse Feathers and 5-7 said that they were looking forward to Monday. You see what I got started there?
I don't think they said
See
anything.
how that works?
They didn't say anything about the best day of the week, though.
Well, but they were looking forward to it, though.
Yeah, okay.
And I had nothing to do with that train wreck. Now, I don't know where Gilligan was at that time of that. Might want to check with him. But you mentioned that benzene a little while ago. That's what got in the water at Camp June. You know, with all the annoying
it's got
commercials.
all right, it's got the multi-million-dollar suit, yeah.
Right. And that was back in the 70s. At least I had a friend that was there in the 70s. So that's been a big problem for a long time. So when they set that chemical on fire from that train derailment, did they know it was going to be, it almost seems like it was more hazardous after they set it on fire. Does that seem about right?
I mean, some have kind of suggested that, you know, the fact that burning the vinyl chloride creates the phosgene and the other gases. But I was kind of, you know, me and Horse Feathers were talking about that yesterday morning, that essentially the chemical was going to burn one way or the other, because those were the tank cars that were getting so hot from the fire that they were going to explode, which would have meant immediately all that chemical would have been spread out over, a much broader area. But it was going to burn one way or the other. So, I mean, I guess that's why they made the decision, you know, to try to confine it to a closer, tighter area to burn it.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if they knew it was going to be almost like a worse chemical after they set it on fire.
They did know that, but yeah, I guess they didn't. The option was, you know, try to release the chemical and let it burn in like a pit there, or wait for the car to explode, which potentially could have caused other cars to explode from the shock.
Right. Well, I've hauled that anhydrous ammonia that Pappy's talked about before, and that's some pretty nasty stuff. But unfortunately, those chemicals we've got to have to make the stuff that we use, and there's not a pipeline that goes to all these factories, so they have to pretty much come in by either train or truck.
Right, exactly.
There ain't many other options. But I don't know. Surely it's got to be safer by the quantity-wise on the train than it is by truck, but it's just the amount that they would be carrying that would.
You'd have to have so many more trucks carrying the same quantity as one rail car. Yep.
Right, and then the more you've got, the more odds are better of having things go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard from the caller, Steve? From Georgia or Florida?
I'm thinking it's been a couple weeks. No, I haven't heard. I keep thinking to ask. Haven't heard from Steve. Hope everything's all right there. I don't know, maybe if he's changed shifts again and working days, or what's going on.
Yeah, I've been wondering. I haven't heard much from him since Christmas, really. But that was all I had. Well, one other thing, I might have put the jinx on you with that court summons for the jury duty.
Yeah, I so appreciate that. Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, they gave me that $10 bill and that $5 bill. I was the one that they paid that big money to. So anyway, I guess that's about all I got. So have a good weekend. I'll probably talk to you on the best day of the week.
Yeah, well, that would be Monday.
Yeah.
That would be. All right, we had the word yesterday that the United States is going to quadruple the number of troops deployed to Taiwan as tensions with China are reaching new highs. Now, when you say quadruple, you're thinking big numbers. No, it's going to be somewhere 200 troops maybe planning to deploy to Taiwan in the coming months after only about 30 were deployed there a year ago. Troops will serve to expand a secretive program that's training Taiwanese forces on U.S. weapon systems and military maneuvers with an eye toward defending against an attack from China. Now, a contingent of Taiwanese forces is reportedly also being trained by the Michigan National Guard. They've trained at northern Michigan's Camp Grayling during annual exercises with multiple countries. Yeah, of course, China and Taiwan split in 1949, a civil war that never officially ended. Since then, China's openly stated goal of reabsorbing the democratic and capitalist island has grown into one of the world's most sensitive geopolitical flashpoints. Defense Department data shows recent years have seen slight fluctuations in the number of U.S. troops in Taiwan. They say this new surge has been planned for months, well ahead of the Chinese spy balloon over the U.S. earlier this month. So supposedly no correlation between the two, but there you go. Would that be Gilligan?
Yeah, thanks for having me back, Steve. I don't see where this ash, or whatever it is, this white powder substance is falling over eastern Panhandle in West Virginia. And it probably has nothing to do with that train crash up there.
That's what I was thinking.
I looked it up. Yeah, we're over 200 miles to the south and a little bit to the east from where the train crash is. I mean, B. Joseph Nelson, I can't think. Cannot pronounce his last name. It starts with a G. He don't live that far from us either up there. I think, I don't know where this is coming from. I've seen a picture of it. It does look like ash. And that fire in Tennessee, we're over 300 miles from the Tennessee border. The closest point in Tennessee. I'm not sure where that nuclear facility is down there either. So I'm not sure, but I can say I'm 99% positive that has nothing to do with that train crash.
Right. Because it's been 20 days, 20 plus.
Right, exactly. I've seen a picture of a car with that substance on it in Inwood. Now, those of you that know the area a little bit about 81, Virginia, West Virginia area there, around Winchester. Inwood is the first exit you come to as you cross after you cross over to West Virginia. It's probably about 20 miles, 15 miles, probably about 15 miles north of Winchester. That's where Inwood is. So it's definitely in my area, whatever this stuff is. Did you say there was something about a plane possibly dropping something?
That's what this is all like via Twitter reports. People posting these things. I haven't found anything from any like what would you call it, a mainstream news outlet. A lot of various, I don't know, some of these maybe conspiracy theory sites, things like that. So
okay.
I don't know.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, to touch on what Rod said, no, I had nothing to do with that train crash. That's more fake news put out than Jolly Green. I haven't been in the state of Ohio in about 9.5, 10 years, maybe a little more. So he's off the rails again. He's trying to steal my on-the-site reporter, the sex maniac, and starting no own news agency. We all know GMA&D News is up to date
to ask you, speaking of Jolly Green, now, does he spend a lot of time in the kitchen or what? He's constantly sharing, I don't know, what Bubba Bo used to call it food porn on Facebook. I mean, all these recipes that he shares.
Well, Jolly does a lot of smoker and stuff like that. He does a lot of cooking, and he does some in the house, but he's more into smoking his meat and his foods and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yes, he's very big into that. And I give him a lot of credit. From what I understand, he's very, very good at these things. Him, Larry Vaughn, one always says good afternoon out of New Jersey.
Yeah.
I've got to know pretty well. And Country Bumpkin, of course, he smokes his pigs, and stuff. So from what I understand, he knows a lot about that stuff. I got a pellet smoker, and I have used it, but I'm no culinary specialist, I guess you could call it.
Right.
My wife has got, I think, every cookbook the Pioneer Woman put out. Now, she's a little bit more of a cook than I am. All right, well, since today is the worst day of the week, according to Captain Ron, but I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend, and thanks for having me back, Steve.
All right, you do the same. Have a good weekend. Yeah, I mean, I'll be scrolling too. I'm not like being 3-4 o'clock in the morning. You're half starved to death, and you come across what he shared. This one there's a Hawaiian pineapple cake. Man, that looks good. Yeah, earlier he's like I said, constantly sharing some of this recipe stuff. Good, looks good. A lot of good food. If you could actually successfully make it like it looks in the photographs, right? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, I'll be back to the inbred redneck, I believe. Let's see if we can click the mouse. Yeah, what you got for us?
Well, buddy, you know how this presidential campaign's coming together here with Gilligan, high-tech money. I'm just going to lay it out there, some of my proposals for the American people, buddy. You know, the world has been turned upside down by, drag queen story time hour. Well, there's a problem in the U.S. You know, I don't know if you've noticed, but the nightclubs are shutting down, buddy. And nobody's got no money to go see the the dancers of the poles. Well, buddy, why not have exotic dancer story time for little boys in kindergarten and whatnot?
Oh,
Let's
okay.
get this country going again, brother.
Oh, boy.
And you know what the world needs more than anything else in this world, buddy? Is boobies and beer. That's what we've all been missing. Hey, you turn on TV, they're going to tell you it's bad to be a straight male in America today. We need more boobies and beer to line out this country, Steve. And buddy, I got problems fixed that politicians can't fix, like Social Security and the daggone food stamp program, buddy. We're going to put them on cryptocurrency, on that trucker coin. You know, it's a good thing high tech made that, buddy. We're revolutionizing America, buddy. And we're going to change it. But, Steve, there's one thing we got to stop, is all this war talk and everything else. While our baboon Biden is out trying to stoke it up with Russia, April the 14th, if you support the Inbred Redneck 2024 ticket, April the 14th, you need to get out there. Get you one helium balloon. Go to the Dollar Tree. Cost you $1.25. Everybody in America. Balloons across America. Remember Hands Across America?
Oh,
buddy?
yeah.
Everybody holding hands. How about this, buddy? Everybody gets a balloon, releases it into the air just to tell the government, we don't want no war, buddy. I know there's people out there remembering the great balloon disaster of 1986 in Cleveland, Ohio. Do you remember that, Steve?
Refresh my memory. 1986.
Yeah, buddy. They had people in Cleveland filling up helium balloons, and they released them all. And well, the daggone balloons come back down in Lake Erie, but the problem was there was some fellers on a fishing boat got out there and it got capsized, and people got to missing them. And the Coast Guard went out there looking for them, and they couldn't find them because all the balloons were on Lake Erie, buddy. So that's why they call it the 1986 balloon disaster right there, buddy.
I don't remember that one, the balloon disaster.
Yeah, it was on national TV. It was the weirdest thing. I don't know if you remember or not. Well, I guess you don't. That TV station up there in Cleveland had a little midget out there and some other feller, and they was filling up balloons, buddy. It was right around July, I think, or 4th of July, but something like that.
Wow.
It was in the summertime anyway. But yeah, buddy, we're going to set this country back on track and get it going. And, Steve, you think about the railroads, they ain't paying no taxes. We need to tax them, get this stuff figured out here. I know they've been giving big money to politicians out there and whatnot for years. Why in the world do trains have right-of-ways, Steve, over the American people? Think about that. Train comes along, gates closed, buddy, you got to sit there and wait. Well, it ought to be the other way around. There's only a feller or two on that train. There's all kinds of people driving up and down that street.
Right,
you know what I'm saying, buddy?
Wait for the traffic to stop.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But if y'all feel the same way, there's only one thing you can do is vote that Inbred Redneck ticket in 2024. Let's change Washington, D.C., Steve.
Balloons across America. That'll be good, right? Thank you much. Oh, it's 844-844-3388. What did he say? Don't forget, Monkey Gouger has an eye on the Speaker of the House. Oh, yeah. That's probably correct. Eagle, you forgot something. You wanted to ask me a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Steve, I wanted to ask you, how come your son? Does your son work at night? I've never heard your son call into the show. Does he work at night or something? Is that why he didn't call in?
Up until just a few weeks ago, yeah, he worked from what was it? I think from like 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. He was right now, I think, because he's been training someone for several weeks, and then I guess he's getting ready for the canine thing. I think he's working from like 2 till midnight, something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've never heard your son call into the show. As far as I know, I was just wondering. People like to hear from him one night, to see what he had to say, about law enforcement and what's going on. Maybe he can call in one night. Let people know what's going on. But hey, Steve, let me ask you something. One other thing before I hang up with you. Are you working on Monday? You'll be back on the air on Sunday night and Monday.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Sunday night at the midnight hour. It will kick off the new week. Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard you say something about that Monday you wasn't going to be working. I thought maybe I heard wrong. I thought you said you wasn't going to be in on Sunday because I'm going to be back out on the road on Monday morning. So I'll definitely call in. But I thought you wasn't going to be working that night. That's why I was asking that.
We'll be here unless something changes.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I'll take my call now.
All right. Yeah, you got it. Hey, thanks for the compliments earlier this evening as well. All right, lastly, here on a Friday morning, well, we know the big storm coming into California. Energy from that same storm that's going to bring blizzard conditions to the west as we head into the weekend. It's going to renew the threat for severe weather across the southern plains this weekend as well. They tell us damaging winds, damaging hail, flooding downpours, even tornadoes, all on the table as that storm reforms over the plains starting Sunday, sparking thunderstorms, and the concern for severe weather will be greatest actually during the nighttime hours when most people will be asleep. Of course, we will be here live at that point in time, as Eagle was just asking, Sunday night into Monday morning through the overnight hours. So we'll keep you up to speed with all the latest. With that, thank you so much. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Sunday night, Eastern Time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I